I know. I'm 2 minutes late. Don't, don't judge me. I did create the preparations for crumble. The crumble is for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going back to the craft fair to throw glitter bombs. I threw about 150 glitter bombs today and hope to do more tomorrow. And that was in a very short period of time. I volunteered for a local print shop, and it's an amazing place there where I used to go all the time at the Eastern Edge Gallery. Up above that, there's a thing called the St. Michael's Print Shop, and it's quite a majestical place in all its own, and it has better views. But um, the views that I got today were of the people at an arena going to a craft fair, a Christmas craft fair. Um, there's a craft council, I believe, here in Newfoundland, and they hosted the whole event and invited people and vendors to come. And I was like, of course I'll volunteer for the event. It's all weekend long. Great. Put me down. Put me in, coach. And I'm like, what are we doing? Are we selling some paintings or selling some prints or what are we doing? So they explained it to us at the volunteer meeting what we needed to do. And I'm so very grateful for the moments that I did get to do what I had to do. We were teaching people how to make their own Christmas cards, which is pretty freaking sick if you ask me. I love it. I love the fact that we showed people who never really painted or done any kind of a print before how to print. And that's pretty spectacular because it really got me excited and it got them excited. And there was two colors and three blocks etched. So there was a design of a partridge and a pear tree and a Noel and a turtle dove, I believe, and peace on earth. And it was created by two local printer people that are really cool and famous. One has their own shop and website, and another one is doing a lot of work and volunteering for the St. Michael's Print Shop. And it was wonderful. So I was pretty excited. I am tucking in a little late. How you doing? You didn't stay. That's okay. That's okay. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. I'm staying. I'm staying and I'm tucking in. What did you want? Did you want to watch me sleep? Because I'm doing this for watch hours and to get monetization, I think. And I'm not even sure if it's going to work, but I'm trying. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best about you. So if we have a moment, if we have the time to come in, smash the like, subscribe, please do so. My journey has been a long one. It's of wellness and finding my moments of joy through art. So I used to be a recycle cycle kind of a girl. Oh, on acrylics, on anything at all. I'd paint on bags years ago. 5 years ago, I painted on bags. Yes, I did. And I've lately evolved into painting on wood and into watercolor and printing, actual prints. And it's pretty interesting, and I like the fact that, hey, sweet dreams, how you doing? I did really good at the print fair, or the craft fair, and I printed a bunch of cards, or actually the people printed a bunch of cards, but I convinced them that it was a good idea. And it's a good idea when you put squirrels in the selling spot, Because what does one wicked squirrel like me know how to do really well? She can convince people that it's a beautiful idea, and it certainly is a beautiful idea. I can only convince people of the truth. I never convince people that it's bullshit if it's bullshit. So when I have an opportunity to share some kind of an art procedure or artwork that I enjoy, I try to share that joy with people. So giving me an entire arena of people, it wasn't very hard to convince many people. Because, like I said, it sure was a joy for me to experience printing for the first time. And I did it with an incredible piece. Remember the Squirrels World Wellness? Hey, what y'all doing? Hi, Jasmine. Thanks for being here. I'm doing good. I'm proud of you, squirrels. Well, I'm proud of me too because they couldn't believe that they sold so many cards. They need to do a restock of the card stock because most of Bruce's there was two blocks from Bruce and there was a block from Christine, and the blocks from Bruce are almost sold. They're almost gone, which is incredible because nobody thought that they'd sell that many. And I'm like, get me in there, coach. It's putting me in a position to sell, and I shakes the glitter bombs at people. People are going to come and laugh and have fun. So if I can do that, I'm going to do that. Yo. So I threw about 150 or 100 glitter bombs at people today. Every time someone passed, I'd smile, I'd nod, I'd be like, you should do this. Come, do this. And not a lot of people were prepared for it, but I made sure made them feel comfortable. I told them if you get any ink on your hands, it's washable, and I have a cloth here, and I got it ready for them, so there'll be no ink left on your hands. Promise. But you're doing this. Once you get a little quick tutorial from the artist himself, and my partner in the show was the actual artist who made the blocks, which was great because I didn't know a whole lot about it. I knew how to roll the ink, not very well, but I know. So it was fun, and I can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. So they want me to come in tomorrow morning, and I'm like, I will bring snacks. So I'm baking an apple crumble. I'm baking an apple crumble 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, maybe 7:30. Actually, I should get up at 7 for that, so I can have a coffee. Oh, I'm gonna have a coffee tomorrow at 7 a.m. Alarm, alarm, alarm. I need to change that to an alarm. 6:40. Oh, so rough. How about 7:05? 7:05. Alarm. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Done. Change next alarm only. Next alarm only. Okay? Yeah. 7:05. Cannot wait. I cannot wait. Yes. Oh, good. Yes. Yes. 10 till 7, I think. $7 entrance. To get in, Jack Byrne Arena. Heck. Jesus. Jack Burn. Arena. Come. Come by the boot. Yeah, so I'm convincing people. Hi, guys. It's me, Yasmin. Yasmin. Why do I know that? Is it? Do I know Yasmin? I think I do know Yasmin. Do I know you personally? Can't remember where I know you from, but I know you. Strangely enough, I do. St. Michael's. Yes. Yes. Hope to see you there. Trying to convince my friend to come. Nice. Yo. So, the whole point is tucking in at 11:14. Not a good scene. Coffee and 7 a.m. wake up will fix my sleep. So I am tucking in. I will snore loudly. I will not deal with tomfoolery. Please leave me a nice comment to wake up to. If you don't know me, please like, subscribe, share it out. Get to know me before you second guess and go on to the next sleep stream. I'm not just a sleep streamer. I'm doing this for watch hours, baby. Taking these off and tucking in. Again, please leave me a little good night, squirrels, or hope you have a great day, squirrels, or enjoy the craft fair, squirrels. Anything. Oh. Feels like this blanket is a weighted blanket because there's two freaking blankets and it's nice and toasty. Oh, yeah. Nice and toasty. Not cold under the two of these, babies. Not cold at all. I do look like a little purple, or the big purple dinosaur, but that's okay. I've been him before. And yes, darn it, I've been Bernie. 2 years. 2 years I was. My stinky ass costume was worth it. The joy on my nephew's face. See the big purple dinosaur going doo doo doo. Why is this not working? Now, all these blankets were fixed at the beginning of my stream. Oh, yeah. So now we're going to have to refix them. There we go. Oh, goodness. Why is this up here and there's another one here? It's not working. Here we go. It's better. Do the one blanket. Not worry about it. Gee whiz. Why is this complicated tonight? It's not. We're gonna do the burrito style. Oh, yes. Wrapped and rewrapped. No rice is getting out. No rice and beans are getting out. Hope you have a great sleep, boys. Remember, when you find joy in something, share it with as many people as you can. It makes a difference. Trust and believe. Love she. Our glitter bombs. Thank you, God.
this person was, they were sent.
Oh, that's not helping me sleep. Okay, tuck it in. Tuck it. Tuck it in. Thanks for being here. Grateful. Oh, he's so grateful. Oh. Mm. 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 Oh, Thanks for being here. Smash the like. Tuck it back in. Try it again. Let's try to sleep this time. That's frustrating. Uh, Oh. Hey, thanks for being here. Hope you have a beautiful night.
How easy was it to get weight loss medication from Do You? Let me break it down. Step 1. Went to their...
Break it down.
Beloved, I see you right now, more intimately than you see yourself. In this very breath and sigh. This moment is not just another passing interval or background noise in a busy world. You are present to me, and that is no small thing. Even as doubts brush against your thoughts, and the static of yesterday's worries threatens to crowd this new start, you are not lost to me. I've waited for you to arrive at this pause, to feel my nearness, and to sense that I am not some distant possibility, but the deeper reality in which you move. If you let your heart relax, even for a heartbeat, you will sense my readiness to speak into your longing and your questions. Let yourself exhale. Listen for the invitation and the ordinary rhythm of your day. This is a word for you now, not a stray comfort for someone more together or deserving. In your room, at your table, as your hands grip your coffee or rest heavy on your lap, I am surrounding you. The uncertainty and fear you battle aren't proof that I am far away. They are simply places I desire to gently occupy with my peace. What you fear most, that nothing will change, that you might miss your moment, has not gone unnoticed by me. I am closer than the sunrise that lifts the dark away, closer than the assurance you wish you felt. I am not threatened by your tiredness or by the confusion pressing in from every side. My presence is not earned. It is my gift, fresh every morning. Feel the stillness that is available even as the world outside hustles ceaselessly. I am not asking you to perform or prove your faith, but to let your guard slip in these undramatic, sacred minutes. Lay down, just for this brief stretch, the burden of trying to predict what is coming next or control what you can't. My invitation is not to escape life's demands, but to find that you are held, right here, as you are. Even your resistance and your sense of inadequacy are known to me. I do not push you away. I incline toward you, softening the rough edge of your anxious thoughts. The very parts of you that feel unworthy are the ones I am most eager to claim. Take a breath. Notice the weight of your body grounded where you sit or stand. Let your mind rest, if only for these few moments, from the swirl of expectations and regrets. You do not need to muster up a perfect prayer or untangle every complication before you dare to believe that I am attentive. I see the hidden tears, the frustrations you cover, the longing for a sign that you are not forgotten. I see all of it, and I remain. My faithfulness to you is not subject to the shifting moods of your heart or the opinions of those around you. You are not defined by your success or failure today. You are defined by my unfailing commitment to your good. Remember this. The very air you draw in rushes with my mercy. I am the shelter your soul craves before it even knows what it needs. If you feel surrounded by uncertainty, know that I surround the uncertainty itself. You are not required to carry your burdens alone, nor must you put them down by sheer force of will. Instead, I invite you to place your hope, even in fragile measure, back into my open hands. Let gratitude emerge, not forced but discovered, as you realize that every sunrise, every small provision, every gesture of kindness carries my fingerprints. Gratitude is not surrender to wishful thinking. It is simply your eyes opening to what is already mine to give. Understand, beloved, my timing is neither rushed by your fears nor delayed by your failings. So many times you have wondered if your turn is coming, or if you'll be sidelined indefinitely. But I am writing a story in you that cannot be hurried by impatience or rewritten by disappointment. Even now, what feels like waiting is not wasted time, but preparation. There are seeds growing in the soil of today's ordinary acts of faithfulness, sprouting roots you cannot see. I know the secret: aches, rough mornings when you wish the heaviness would lift, quiet nights when questions echo in the dark. My hand is steady even in these places. I meet you not at the finish line, but right here, breath by breath, with new mercy. If If you feel invisible or overlooked, let me steady your heart. I call you by name. Your name is not lost among the billions. When the world scrolls past you, when your best is unnoticed or misunderstood, I mark every unseen choice, every quiet faithfulness.
They have no idea who they're dealing with.
Pre-order now.
That's how I retired at 35. That's how I bought my first home. That's how I travel in business class. It takes 3 minutes to set up and you don't need to spend a single dime. I went from barely afford rent to owning multiple places within a year. With this app, your life can turn out just like mine. Free access by clicking the learn more below.
I see when you choose compassion, even when it's inconvenient or receives no applause. My eyes miss nothing that matters. You think your story is too small, but I delight in small beginnings and humble offerings. You stand at the edge of something more, not because you proved yourself, but because you are mine. Do not despise this ordinary moment. It is exactly where my grace is arriving. If you struggle to trust, bring that uncertainty to me too. I am not impatient with your questions. I welcome them. Ask me where I am in your disappointment, and I will not stay silent. Let your honesty become the meeting place for my response. Do not push down your longings or pretend you are content when you are aching. I am not asking for polite prayers or bravado. I invite you to be real with me. In every loss, I am there with the comfort that transforms rather than erases pain. I never tire of beginning again with you, no matter how many times you have faltered. Touch your chest. Feel the steady rhythm beneath your hand. My life sustains you. You are cared for in more ways than you know. Allow a small measure of hope to rise, even if it is faint. I never ask for more than the trust you can offer in this moment, and I can multiply what is given to me. When you worry about the future or fret about outcomes, remember that I am already waiting there, drawing goodness from the unknown. I do not ask you to perform for a blessing. I ask you to receive what I am giving even now. Your story is still unfolding, and I find joy in every page you let me turn with you. Let this be a day when you receive my presence as your greatest gift. Open yourself to the possibility that there is more for you than what you imagine. Deeper peace, unexpected strength, and a sense of purpose that is not snatched away by hardship. I have witnessed your faithful waiting and your late-night surrender. I hold your questions close, and I meet your hopes with my steady guidance. Reach toward me in trust, though it may tremble. Know that I will not let you fall unseen. I see how you search for glimpses of hope, even when your heart carries the weight of yesterday. Feel the gentle light I place at the edge of your morning, a warmth subtle, yet steadily growing. Every breath you draw now is a testimony that I have not left you. In your quiet space, where worries stir beneath the surface, let my presence settle over you like soft rain on parched ground. You wonder if my voice can reach through the noise within. Trust that I speak even when your own thoughts drown out the sound. Lay your concerns before me, not to ignore them, but to let me meet you there, as you are. When anxiety creeps in unbidden, I invite you to pause, if only for a heartbeat. Rest your hand over your heart. Listen not for thunder or spectacle, but for my continuous assurance that you are seen. I am not impatient with your fears nor surprised by your questions. The world measures time in hurried moments, but I shape moments around your becoming. I form quiet in the middle of your restlessness, drawing near when you feel most distant from me. I am constant, anchoring your steps even on the days your footing is unsure. Let the simplicity of this day be enough for now. Even if you feel drawn to fix, to rush, to make certain all is in order before you come to me, I remind you that nothing is more important than facing me as you are. Take a slow breath, let gratitude surface, not out of obligation, but from the recognition that you are sheltered here. Remember when you have felt weak, yet carried forward? Those are not random mercies, but my deliberate acts of care. Let hope flicker again, gently pushing back the cold doubts that gather at the edges. I see your longing for assurance about the ones you love, and the ache when you cannot protect them from every hurt. Let your prayers become a release, a quiet trusting of their journey to my keeping. I hold your family, your dearest dreams, even your silent regrets. There is nothing too small or tangled for me to redeem. Even the shadows you try to hide are known to me, and I meet them with my transforming kindness. With every sunrise, I renew what is weary within you. What you think is broken, I am already rebuilding. Sometimes, you look ahead and feel only uncertainty. Closed doors, silent answers, the ache of waiting. Yet in the hush between your questions, I am already preparing a way. There are new mercies rising with each dawn, though you may not see their form yet. My guidance does not operate on your deadlines. Instead, I am forming you in patience. The trust you cultivate now yields a deeper peace than fleeting solutions. I lead you with gentleness, not by force, but with a continual invitation to step closer. When despair whispers old lies, recall that your identity does not rest in your failures or yesterday's outcomes. I have called you by name. That calling is not revoked by your doubts or missteps. You are, my beloved, not tolerated, but deeply delighted in. Your presence before me matters more than any accomplishment or expression of strength. Let go for a moment of all you believe you must achieve to earn my affection. Rest in the certainty that you are already held, already chosen. Let the rhythm of surrender find you in this moment. It's as simple as breathing out what weighs you down, making room for my promise to enter. Do not strive to control the hours ahead. Instead, welcome the quiet assurance that I am working, even unseen. Each act of gratitude, even the smallest one, grows your awareness of my nearness. Remember the small kindnesses you offer or receive. These are seeds I plant in your heart, growing even in hidden soil. Do not underestimate the power of returning, again and again, to my presence. Your first waking thought can be a turning towards me, not with flawless words, but with honest need. Each morning brings an invitation. Will you draw near, trusting that I meet you eagerly and without reluctance? The world may compete for your focus, but my voice calls you into clarity, calm, steadiness. Even in the swirl of responsibilities, I am the anchor at the center. Your anxious striving to hold everything together is not needed. Let the truth settle that I am already sustaining you. Listen, little one, as I whisper purpose over you. You are not defined by what you lack or the hurdles you perceive. My design for you is complete, unfolding at the pace I know is best. Celebrate each breath, each beginning, each act of courage, even the quiet ones invisible to others. The forward step is enough today. When you hesitate, questioning whether your life truly bears meaning, let my delight in you settle those doubts. I am proud of the heart that continues to hope, even when circumstances give little evidence for it. Every moment spent in trust becomes a testimony that surprises you later. My guidance is gentle as the first light breaking through heavy clouds, and as persistent as rivers shaping stone. Where you sense only mundane routine, I see opportunities for new beginnings. Do not worry if progress feels hidden or slow. Trust that I cherish the unseen decisions, the willingness to forgive, the choice to hope in the absence of certainty. As you hold these moments with me, you build strength not easily shaken. Right now, let yourself be still. Feel my hand steady on your life, my voice inviting you into firm hope. I am not just the God of distant miracles, but the steady companion in your ordinary days. Let me define what it means for you to thrive. Listen for my conviction, not as a burden, but as a gentle nudge towards freedom. You do not walk alone. Even in the silence, I am shaping the ground beneath your feet. Let anticipation rise, not for a specific outcome, but for the richness of my presence as you move through this day. Seek my companionship in the pauses, in laughter and quiet, in questions and resolve. Where you feel ill-equipped, remember I delight to fill your lack with my sufficiency. You are not behind or disqualified. The timing of your life is not random. I am orchestrating each step, preparing you for more than you dare ask. Allow hope to take up residence again. Trust that I am committed to your journey far more than you could ever comprehend. Nothing is wasted, not the slow progress, not the days that feel unseen. Return to me as often as you need, even if all you can bring is your need itself. I am patient, ready to lead you further. My invitation remains as steady as ever. I am here, awaiting your next breath of openness. Breathe in this moment you and I share. Even as the day unfolds, sometimes with routines that seem endless and burdens that feel like weights added quietly to your heart, I am closer than the rhythm of your breath. I hold every anxious thought, every flicker of worry that tries to rise before you've even opened your eyes fully. Whenever your mind starts to race ahead, wondering how you'll move forward or questioning whether the story of your life is unfolding as it should, I want to steady you with my presence rather than pressure. As you hear birds singing or feel the warmth spilling across your hands, see this as a gentle sign that I am restoring and grounding you for whatever lies ahead. You may wonder if surrendering is enough. You may ask how to let go when you want to stay in control, when you want certainty and outcomes in your grasp.
She's in, I'm in, we're in, she's in. Let's go! She's in, I'm in, we're in, she's in. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Here, let me place my hand over yours, inviting you to release not everything, but just this moment. Let your worry unclench. You aren't losing yourself by trusting me. You are discovering who you truly are when you rest in my guidance. Each act of surrender is not a defeat, but a return to alignment with the purpose I have shaped uniquely for you. Even in subtle moments, when you pause before speaking, when you slow to breathe deeply, I am planting confidence where uncertainty once grew. Sometimes the world tries to define you by yesterday's choices or tomorrow's fears, but I see you as you are, not as you were. My voice over you is one of restoration, never accusation. You are not falling behind. My timing is rarely what you expect, but always brimming with goodness and care. When doubts gnaw at you, whispering that perhaps you've missed your moment or don't measure up, I am rewiring those old patterns with the truth that your value is not measured by accomplishment or flawless performance. Your worth is rooted in my everlasting love, which is immovable and undiminished, no matter what the day may bring. You are not called to carry what belongs in my hands. When you wake up with the weight of unknowns, concerns about loved ones, anxieties about provision, whispered fears about the future, bring those silently into my presence. I am a shelter for every unspoken prayer. Let my presence still you, even when answers are not immediately clear and outcomes seem uncertain. Here in the hush, I provide a peace that stands guard over your heart, steadying you with quiet strength. There is new grace for each hour, prepared long before you will need it. Family is more than a responsibility you bear. It is a space where grace can flourish as you let me set the pace. If tension crowds your home, or if relationships feel fragile and stretched, know that I am in the midst softening hearts and knitting together what seems separated. You don't have to be the healer or the fixer. Your role is to invite my presence, to be present with each person, to trust that I am working even in silence. Even when reconciliation seems distant, I am shaping the unseen, cultivating a harvest of peace that will spring up in my perfect timing. When your heart aches to see doors open or to move into new territory, remember that my greatest gift is not what you possess, but the journey of learning to be with me. Opportunities will align and appointments will come, but it is my hand guiding each step, teaching you discernment and resilience. Sometimes I close a path to prepare you, to deepen your roots so that when growth arrives, it stands firm. You never walk alone, for I am setting the pace and providing the next foothold, even when the landscape before you seems hidden in mist. Rest does not mean withdrawal from life or eviction from purpose. It's my invitation to breathe in deeply, to receive the restoration meant for your soul. There may be days where activity is plenty, but peace is scarce, and it is then that my voice calls you to abide and receive, not strive and perform. As you pause to place a hand on your chest and simply notice the gift of existence, let each moment of stillness fill you with gratitude. Gratitude is not a requirement I demand, but a key that unlocks new vision, making you receptive to quiet miracles unfolding all around you. You wonder sometimes if persistence matters, if perseverance changes anything when delays seem drawn out. Trust this. Not a single tear, word, or effort is wasted when offered to me. I am the God who redeems to the uttermost, turning what seemed lost into testimony, transforming waiting seasons into places of deep encounter. The seeds you have sown, kindness withheld, prayers whispered in the dark, are not forgotten. I water what you entrust to me, growing fruit in due season, making a way where you least expect. My promise is not in immediate reward, but in my unbroken companionship and the surety that harvest will come. Let my words be the compass by which you navigate, not the shifting winds of opinion or trend. As you listen now, receive my deep assurance. You are held steady. You are chosen. You are being prepared for purpose. Resist the urge to rush, to compare your path to what you see in others. Celebrate your small beginnings and trust that nothing in your journey is random. Even when confusion veils what's ahead, my illumination is present for every step. The peace I extend is not the absence of struggle, but my own tranquility made available to you in all circumstances. Even as you linger in this quiet space, know that fresh strength is being poured into you, not as a brief surge, but as a sustaining flow. My spirit settles where hearts are made available. Yours is enough for me. There is more unfolding than you can yet imagine, because my goodness is still writing your story.
Hi, this is Jerome. If you're tuning in to this session, you've likely woken up and are struggling to get back to sleep. For the next 45 minutes, I'll be right here with you to help you drift back.
Contraband detective. I'll keep it safer. You know the drill. Time for some friendly resource exchanges. Win-win, right? Ooh, and the big guy over there? Yeah, he wants in too. Now that my wallet's full, let's return to real work. Clean up here, renovate there. This place turned into a luxury resort. Top of the leaderboard, baby.
This is just the start. Bring your attention here, now, into the quiet center of our shared space. Can you sense it? The threshold you are standing on, though the world around you may appear unchanged. This is not the same ground you walked yesterday. Your heart, even if exhausted or guarded, has already started to open a hidden door. The wounds you have carried, the fears that have clung to your thoughts in the deepest part of night, are not invisible to me. I have tracked every tremor of hope rising and falling in your chest. You wonder if you can risk trusting me with what you have so carefully guarded. I tell you, not only can you, but this moment is my invitation for you to let me enter the rooms you have kept locked against disappointment. There is a part of you that doubts, afraid surrender will bring more pain, not healing. Let me say this plainly. I do not break what I enter. I restore. I rebuild. Even now, you may feel a subtle warmth spreading behind your ribs, an unfamiliar calm. That is me. Take a deep breath. Let it fill you. Exhale the tightness you have been holding for weeks. I am closer than your next breath. You may be thinking I ask too much. You have tasted loss that hollowed you out, disappointments that shape the way you hold yourself around others. Do I really know how heavy this all feels? Hear me. I know every cause, every consequence, every silent tear you released into your pillow. I was there when the diagnosis came. I was there when words intended to harm pierced you deeper than anyone could see. You have not carried these things alone, even when you felt abandoned. Each scar is familiar to me, and none disqualifies you from my love. In fact, the places you call ruined, I call ready. These are the cracks where my light is rising. You have wondered if the darkness inside could be expelled, or if light is for others, the stronger ones. Pause now. Lay your hand gently over your heart. Even if it feels foolish, do this as a sign to yourself and to me. Feel your heartbeat. Feel my nearness. Let the truth soak in. You are not defined by what tried to destroy you. There is something I must show you about the burden you carry. You have called it yours for so long, you can hardly imagine living without it. Yet freedom is not only a possibility, it is my intention for you. Imagine your life with this weight no longer dictating every choice, thought, or relationship. This may seem out of reach, too radical to hope for after the patterns you've rehearsed. But haven't you noticed even now how your soul is longing for something new? This is the stirring of transformation. Many have stood at this edge and found courage when they believed none remained. Some have even come back later and whispered thanks for the shift, unable to explain how the grip of shame or regret loosened in a moment like this. That too can happen here, if you let it. You are not called to be perfect. I do not seek flawlessness. I seek truth. A heart willing to acknowledge both the mess and the beauty I am uncovering. You may still hear the whisper of old lies. You are too broken to be fixed. Healing is for others, not for you. But I say you are being renewed, not in some distant future, but today. When you question whether change is possible for you, remember whose hands are shaping your future. I am not discouraged by your halting steps. I am moving, even now, in the places you fear will never change. Stop measuring your progress by what you see in others. I am telling a different story with your life. Will you trust the story I am writing? The enemy has invested much in convincing you that surrender is weakness. But in my presence, surrender becomes the soil of miracles. The power lies not in striving harder, but in unclenching your fists and letting me take what has weighed you down. Ask yourself, honestly, are you tired of keeping up the appearance of strength? Let me meet the real you, here. With every exhale, let fear drain out to be replaced, wordlessly, by my reassurance. You are not losing control. You are finally safe enough to let go. This is the posture of breakthrough. And in the letting go, a quiet certainty will begin to bloom. A sense of being seen and cherished in your totality. There is a reason you felt drawn to the idea of deeper release, even though it frightens you. Part of you longs to leap, while another part braces for the fall. I won't let you crash. I will hold you as I always have, but now your eyes will open to see it. As you read these words, picture yourself placing every regret, failure, and wound into my open hands. Take your time. There's no need to rush or force this. You will know you have truly surrendered when peace replaces the ache for control. Right now, you may feel something shifting inside, a small but powerful hope rising. Let this hope grow. You have told yourself for years that waiting means nothing changes. But in my timing, waiting is not wasted. I use every pause to prepare the ground of your soul for what is coming next. What feels like standing still is very often an acceleration hidden from the eyes. This week, when frustration tempts you to despair, notice a moment of gentle clarity that interrupts the spiral. You will know it is me because the anxiety will suddenly lose its edge and perspective will return. In those moments, remember, I am working underground, cultivating growth you will soon see. It is time to challenge the old agreements you made out of pain. Somewhere in your past, you accepted the lie that it was safer to shrink than to risk being hurt again. But I am opening doors you have not dared to knock on for years. Do not be surprised if, within 3 days, you sense a nudge, an unlooked-for invitation to speak, connect, or step forward. You'll know this opportunity is from me because peace will accompany the risk. I have prepared the ground. Step out when the moment arrives. Little one, you are more than the sum of your battles. Your story is shifting. The chains that felt eternal are already loosening. Do not turn away from the discomfort of transition. Transformation often feels like breaking before it feels like building. That ache in your chest right now, that sense of loss and hope intertwined, is the sign that the old is giving way to the new. Rest in this sacred discomfort. I am with you in it. You are understanding Topatars at the whole levels. Yichu, Dili. You are not called to be perfect. I do not seek flawlessness. I seek truth. A heart willing to acknowledge both the mess and the beauty I am uncovering. You may still hear the whisper of old lies. You are too broken to be fixed. Healing is for others, not for you. But I say you are being renewed, not in some distant future, but today. When you question whether change is possible for you, remember whose hands are shaping your future. I am not discouraged by your halting steps. I am moving, even now, in the places you fear will never change. Stop measuring your progress by what you see in others. I am telling a different story with your life. Will you trust the story I am writing? The enemy has invested much in convincing you that Breathe. Stay present here. You are not alone in this journey. Others before you have wrestled, have surrendered, and have discovered life on the other side. Today I am drawing you deeper, not for my sake, but for yours. And soon, you will understand why you could never settle for less than what I am offering now. Come closer now, beloved child, and sense how my gaze rests upon every corner of your soul. Let yourself breathe. Feel the air fill your lungs and realize how near I am, even in the spaces where you've tried to hide.
I'm begging you. Start trading tomorrow. Especially if you're over 50. Doesn't matter if you've never traded before. By November 3rd, you'll thank me.
How much do I need to start trading?
$20 is enough.
Seriously, that's it?
Yep, just check this app out.
What would happen if my husband started trading tomorrow?
How old is your husband?
52.
Perfect age. By the end of the month, you won't believe his results.
What if he's never traded before?
That's even better. Finello is built for beginners over 50.
But isn't a job more secure?
Maybe, but trading lets you decide what you're worth.
What does he need?
His phone is enough.
So where does he start?
Tap the link and start tomorrow.
Honey, I found something I think is really gonna help you. Come check this out.
Whoa, let me try. Cool!
And look, it's got all kinds of songs you can play.
Ooh, I want that one.
See, you can practice for your lesson with whatever you want.
Okay, Mom, I think I'll take it from here.
Oh, okay, sure, enjoy.
There is no part of you that escapes my knowing. Yes, I see every shadowed memory, every secret ache, each place hardened by disappointment or dulled by apology. You are not a mystery to me. I understand the words you never speak and the fears you barely let yourself name. This is the holy invitation I extend. Let nothing stay hidden. Allow me into the places you have guarded so fiercely. What you keep locked away cannot heal, but when you open even a crack, light begins its gentle work. You wonder if letting me close means losing yourself, but in reality, surrender is where you discover your deepest identity. Your true self, free, whole, radiant, comes alive not by self-protection, but by being exposed to my relentless, recreating love. Picture my hand, warm and steady, resting over your heartbeat. With each thump, let the old labels begin to soften. You are not your failures, nor abandoned to your history. Right here, I am rewriting the sentences spoken in anger or despair. My words have creative force, shaping truth where the enemy sought only confusion. Let them reverberate, chosen, worthy, marked for purpose. The world tried to define you by broken moments, but I define you by love. Pause. Hear me in the quiet. The noise of self-doubt and accusation has been loud, but my whisper can still those storms. Breathe deep. Notice even now that subtle sense of calm pressing out fear. That little one is my presence. When anxiety claws at your chest because tomorrow feels unknown or yesterday won't let go, I am the anchor in your unrest. You crave certainty, but my promise is better. I never leave. Feel that assurance stretch through you, rooting you deeper with each breath. Even as other hands release and voices fade, I hold you without condition or end. I know you wrestle with weariness, exhaustion from battles no one else can see. There are nights your mind replays old betrayals and fresh disappointments, each one making hope seem dangerous. Do not think I am distant from your unrest. When the darkness comes and your spirit grows heavy, I draw closest. My comfort is not a concept, it is an embrace you can sense if you dare to be still. Right now, put your hand on your heart and acknowledge the truth. You have survived what should have broken you entirely. That, dear one, is evidence of my sustaining power. You are stronger than you know because my strength is at work in all your weakness. There are questions you hesitate to ask me as though I might turn away from doubt or heartbreak. Hear this well. Your questions do not repel me, they are doors I long to walk through. Bring me every why that stirs in your chest. Even confusion is safe with me because I am not threatened by your uncertainty. In fact, your questions are the soil for miracles of understanding and peace. When answers feel distant, trust that I am drawing you nearer to a revelation that will make the waiting worthwhile. Your breakthrough does not hinge on perfect faith, but on honest surrender. Let your next breath become an agreement. I want to see as you see. You are not meant to carry burdens alone. The enemy's greatest deception has been the lie of isolation, that you are too complicated, too far gone, too flawed for true connection. I am breaking that lie even now. And I remind you, thousands are awakening alongside you, walking the same path from shame to healing, from isolation to belonging. This is not your rescue alone. You are becoming part of a movement reshaping darkness into dawn. As you receive comfort, you will become a comforter, a living testament that no pit is so deep my love cannot reach it. This journey is not a detour. It is the process by which I am awakening destiny. Some of you sense heat rising within as I speak, waves of energy, or the sting of tears. Don't minimize this. Your body is responding to my nearness. Your spirit knows the sound of home. Let those tears fall and let the heat soften what grew stiff in self-defense. I use even your physical senses to communicate my nearness when words become thin. Soon, in the silent moments after you listen to this, you'll find unusual peace washing over what once sparked panic. You'll know it's me because I will lift heaviness from your chest, offering clarity where confusion reigned. A breakthrough is being kindled where you thought only ashes remained. Right now I am reworking the foundation beneath your feet. Where you built identity on performance or praise that vanished, I am installing the stones of acceptance and delight. Your value has never been up for debate in my eyes. When you face moments in coming days where the old lies roar, not enough, never chosen, stop and take 3 slow breaths. Invite my presence into the ache. I promise, within 72 hours you will overhear words or see gestures that confirm my delight in you. You'll know it's me, because encouragement will come when you least expect it, and cut deeper than surface comfort. These are not coincidences, but orchestrations of my love. Hear me. The enemy has tried to convince you that you are defined by your worst hours, the griefs that left you silent, the failures you rehearsed until they became part of your name. Today I sever those agreements. My proclamation over you is freedom. You are not condemned. You are not disqualified. Say this aloud, even if your voice shakes. I am not who my pain says I am. Repeat it until your mind, your heart, even your body begin to believe. This is the beginning of transformation that ripples out, touching the places in you and around you that once felt unreachable. You might notice resistance rising, that old suspicion. What if I get my hopes up and nothing changes? Precious one, hope with trembling hands is still hope. My invitation is not to certainty about outcomes, but confidence in my goodness. I do not promise an easy road, but I vow to be your companion in every valley and mountaintop. When circumstances delay, remember, delay is not denial, and I waste nothing you entrust to me. My timing is precise. What feels stuck may actually be ripening just beneath the surface. Trust the process, and trust my heart. There is so much I long to unfold about your story, chapters not yet written and victories still hidden in mystery. For now, release what you cannot control. Receive this moment as holy ground, a place where healing is becoming tangible, and your spirit is being revived by my breath.
Let's go!
to sense internal shifts, attitudes melting, memories losing their sting. This is the seed of metamorphosis. Nurture it by returning to my voice whenever doubt resurfaces. There is more I will reveal, more power to impart, more peace to anchor you in coming nights. Stay with me, for the greatest unveiling is still ahead. The stirring in your heart as you move through this day is not by chance, beloved. I am closer than your next breath, attentive to your smallest hopes and the fears you hesitate to reveal, even to yourself. Every sigh, every restless worry that flickers behind your eyes, I see it, and I hold you steady through it all. In these moments where you wonder if the outcome you long for will manifest or if disappointment is lurking, I invite you to notice my nearness. Listen for my voice, quiet yet unwavering, calling you to trust that I am at work in you and for you, far beyond what you see. As anxiety threatens to flood your mind, pause for a beat. Let your chest rise and fall in rhythm with my unwavering faithfulness. When insecurity tries to convince you that everyone else runs faster, rises higher, or achieves more, come to me just as you are. Bring the raw honesty of your exhaustion or your envy. I do not judge you for your weariness or your questions. Little one, I delight in revealing myself while you are still uncertain. Release the pressure to prove your worth by the world's standards. My love for you is steady, not earned by striving or lost by stumbling. Let this assurance be a gentle hand upon your shoulder, guiding you to settle your spirit in my gaze. There is an invitation in the quiet to surrender every outcome, every pressing deadline, and every secret hope for your family's well-being. Whisper your gratitude for what you have, not because everything is perfect, but because gratitude clears space for new strength. As you give thanks for the meal, the child's laughter, the roof above you, you find yourself rooted in the present, a gift offered to you again and again. Here, with your feet on solid ground and your heart unclenched, I remind you that surrender is not defeat, but the doorway to real peace. Can you sense the warmth gathering in this space, the kind that settles over you when you let go of trying to predict the future? Your worries for loved ones, the burdens you carry for friends or children or parents are not unnoticed. I gather each concern and hold your family close, covering them in compassion and wisdom. While you sometimes wish you could control their paths or shield them entirely, I am the true keeper of every life. Entrust them to me anew, whether in whispered prayers or silent tears, and rest in the comfort of knowing their journeys are not outside my care. Your identity is shaped not by comparison, but by my knowing you, intimately, thoroughly, with delight in every quirk and gift and longing. The world invites you to shape yourself in its mold, to chase significance according to shifting trends, but I call you back to the stillness where your truest name is spoken. You, chosen and beloved, are called to this life, to this very moment, on purpose. Trust that nothing essential has slipped through your fingers. Even your missteps can become places where my kindness rewrites the story. When guilt tries to rise, let my forgiveness wash over you, cleansing and freeing you to walk tall. Though plans may change and doors swing shut, remember that I do not withdraw my presence. Sometimes the slower road gives you the wisdom you would not gain from a swift solution. Delay is not denial. It is a training ground for patience and dependence. Let your heart gather courage as you wait, knowing that the waiting shapes you from the inside out. In the small, unseen acts of faithfulness, choosing kindness, holding your tongue, standing firm in purpose, I see you. Each act is a seed sown in ground that I water and tend. The harvest may not arrive according to your calendar, but it is never lost in my sight.
Calling a plumber's too expensive. Send that same guard again. He's strong, saves money.
A few moments later.
After the guards, operation. The toilet pipe bursts. Floods the whole damn prison. Damn it! Bankrupt again.
Lift your gaze from what feels unfinished or inadequate. The way ahead does not require you to have every answer or to perform beyond your capacity. I ask only that you move forward with the trust of a child, deeply aware of your dependence and utterly confident in my steadiness. When fatigue pulls, rest is not weakness, but wisdom. I did not design you for endless hustle. I made you for rhythm, for moments of rest and renewal that restore you to joy. Find me even in those breaths between tasks, a gentle whisper reminding you that there is grace for every single step. Come as you are, not as you think you should be. Let me touch the raw places you keep hidden, the worries you think are too small to mention or the dreams too daring to believe. Nothing about you, your doubt or your daring, surprises me. I am more than your refuge in trouble. I am the one who delights to see you rise, to see hope glimmer in your eyes again. Accept my invitation to start each day not measuring yourself against yesterday, but stepping forward in courage renewed. When you falter, my hand finds yours again, steadying you. When you soar, I celebrate with you. My guidance is not limited to grand decisions or moments of crisis. Even now, as you listen, my spirit stirs gently in the details, reminding you to linger over laughter, to notice beauty on your morning path, to let a deep breath settle your nerves. These quiet practices, almost invisible, build your resilience and tether your hope. Reframe every task, mundane or mighty, as a place where I meet you, infusing purpose where you might otherwise see routine or loneliness. There, in the middle of your day, I am present, turning ordinary ground into sacred space. Unanswered questions do not diminish my faithfulness. The uncertainty you face is not a penalty, but an invitation to see how my provision appears in unexpected forms. Sometimes what you need arrives quietly, an encouraging word, a smile from a stranger, a moment of clarity after the confusion. Relish these gifts without fear that you are missing out. Instead, let gratitude anchor your perspective. The fullness you seek is found here, moment by moment as you yield disappointment and expectation alike. Trust that your story, unfolding in my hands, carries greater significance than you yet understand. There are seasons when you sense your capacity is stretched thin, yet I am never frustrated by your need. I am not measuring you by how much you produce or control. My pleasure is in your turning toward me, in the silent prayer, in the relinquished anxiety, in the willingness to begin again. Each morning that arrives is my fresh mercy spilling over you. Receive it and let it soak into the dry ground of your spirit, reviving places that have grown weary or hardened. Your tomorrow does not hinge on your perfection, but on my ongoing goodness, renewing you each dawn. At times when the air feels heavy and your heart wonders whether my promises are still alive within you, remember, I did not set you on this path just to leave you stranded in confusion. I am present now, as close as the gentle hush before dawn, as steady as the ground beneath your feet. You feel the uncertainty flicker. What if you have misunderstood? What if you have prayed all these years and the outcome seems unchanged? Hear me now. I waste nothing. Even the silent seasons where you see no visible change are growing roots that will one day support immense blessing. Let yourself be aware in the quiet around you. Notice the comfort of your breath slowing, the secure space I cradle you in. You have looked for answers outside, chasing relief or distraction. But here, in this settled moment, my guidance is closer than your next heartbeat. Can you surrender the noise long enough to sense me holding your hand? It is in these unguarded pauses that I speak depth into your soul, layers of assurance reaching deeper than circumstance. Maybe you look at your hands and wonder whether they are enough for the work ahead. You tally past mistakes, ways you've held back, and the words spoken over you by others or your own inner critic.
If you could go back and give yourself one piece of advice, what would it be?
Find something that you want to do for yourself. For me, it's piano.
Interesting.
10 minutes a day on this app that I found, Simply Piano. I just needed something that gives my brain a rest.
Tell me more about that. Why do you feel like you need that?
Because the days don't stop. Work, meetings, it all piles on. You have to choose where your energy goes. These 10 minutes, they're mine. I don't skip them. They help me reset and show up better for everything else I do.
Do you think this thing can help others?
Well, it's made for total beginners. The app itself listens while I play, so I can just play freely. If I get a note right or wrong, it also lets me know.
When accusation rises, let my voice override all others. I call you chosen, beloved, and whole. I shape you daily, and even your failures are seeds I plant for a future you cannot yet see. Refuse to let shame name your days. Let gratitude for every new breath teach your heart to trust me more. You have pleaded for clarity, asked for a sign, for vision that removes any margin for failure. What if I told you that real courage is forged in the discipline of not knowing? I am reshaping your understanding of success, not as a checklist of accomplishments, but as a steady, trusting walk with me. When confusion darkens your sense of direction, anchor yourself in the knowledge that I am more invested in your formation than in instant deliverance. My presence is the most reliable gift you have. Come back to me when doubt scrapes at your resolve. You may imagine that others move forward faster, carry more favor, encounter effortless doors swinging wide, yet my timing for you is precise. I set the pace so your character can keep step with your calling. Be content with today's portion. Let comparison fall away and savor the evidence of my goodness suited just for you. The open doors you truly need cannot be missed, and the closed ones shield you from harm you cannot even guess at. There are places in your heart where old fear has built up like dust in forgotten corners. As you wake each morning, bring these anxieties to me. Speak them aloud or whisper them quietly. My kindness is not worn out by repetition. Imagine my hand resting gently on your shoulder, steadying you beyond what you can do for yourself. Every prayer, every surrendered worry, is an act of trust that draws you further into a life shaped by hope instead of dread. The world around you is full of demands and relentless noise. Take a moment to be still, letting the quiet wrap around you like the first warmth of morning sunlight on your face. Notice how even a deep, slow inhalation can shift your state. I am not in the rush, but in the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are mine. Let this calm sink into your bones. Let it be an antidote to every impulse to hurry ahead of my wisdom. This day, let your vision be lifted. Instead of always asking why or when, start to wonder how. I am working right in the midst of seeming delays. Each encounter and setback is purposeful. Each small act of faithfulness is building something eternal. As you look in the mirror, see yourself not as one striving to earn love, but as one already loved and equipped for this journey. My voice will always guide you toward life. Listen as I gently lead you past the borders of fear into a broader place filled with peace. When you feel pressure mounting, whether from others' expectations or your own sense that you must have everything figured out by now, remember my pace for you is intentional. You do not need to race ahead or manufacture opportunities out of anxiety. All I ask is that you trust me with what is in your hands today, confident that I am working even in unseen places. My favor surrounds you not as a shield from trouble, but as evidence that you will never walk alone. If the day brings obstacles or you are misunderstood, take your disappointments and speak them to me directly. I am not dismayed by your honesty. Let your vulnerability become the place where my strength can settle softly over you. I hold your confusion without resentment, and I delight in being needed by you. When you struggle, lean on me without shame. The more you risk inviting me into your real struggles, the more you will discover all I'm willing to carry for you, and all the ways my hand is providing ahead of time what you will need. This season I am teaching you to find contentment away from outward results, and to live from the deep assurance of my love. If you pause to notice the subtleties, a warm drink cupped in your palm, the quiet support of someone who sees your heart, the golden light of afternoon, recognize these as glimpses of my faithful presence. Let gratitude loosen the grip of anxiety. Each small thankful moment is a spark that pushes back the gloom, preparing your spirit to expect my goodness afresh. You sometimes ask what it means to truly surrender. It is not giving up hope or settling for less. Real surrender is an invitation to belong to me, to relinquish control over outcomes you cannot guarantee, and to let your heart rest on the reality that I see the full scope of your story. Even when you cannot see what is next, my vision never falters. Trust that I am not only ahead of you, but intimately involved at every step, planning not harm, but a future rich with meaning. If uncertainty remains or questions seem too large, simply breathe and invite me into this moment. My wisdom is not distant or theoretical. It is like the sun emerging after storm clouds, bringing clarity and warmth you can feel. Hold on to the promise that I am with you, here and now, in the process as much as in the outcome. The path might not look how you thought, but as you continue, you will see my goodness unfolding in ways even your prayers could not anticipate. Beloved child, do you sense the shift stirring within you even now? As you pause in this sacred space, layers of your old identity are quietly falling away. You have learned to sit in the hush between questions and answers, and in that stillness, my whispers become thunder. Feel the pulse beneath your skin, every heartbeat announcing the rebirth I have set in motion. You are not defined by who you were before this journey began. What once named you, failure, fear, deficiency, has no power here. My hands upon you declare a deeper reality. You are set apart for transformation. Do you see it yet? The edge of a new horizon breaking open before your eyes. I know the tremors that ripple through your soul as you wonder if I truly mean you, if the promises spoken could actually unfold in your ordinary story. You carry the weight of memories that try to tell you change is for others, not for you. But listen, precious one, I have never spoken empty words. The authority that flung galaxies into space is the same voice announcing your new season. Even as you hesitate on the threshold of this metamorphosis, know that my commitment is unwavering. I am here to walk you from captivity into freedom, from shadowlands into radiant dawn. Right now, as you breathe slow and deep, notice the warmth spreading through your chest. That is not your imagination. It is the signal of my nearness, wrapping tightly around all that still feels raw. Your nervousness, even your fear, does not repel me. I draw closer in these moments, especially when you think about returning to old patterns or wondering if the work within you is truly complete. Your uncertainty cannot stop what I desire to accomplish. Pause and feel the air filling your lungs. That breath is evidence you are sustained by more than you can see. There are moments when your mind resurfaces all the doubts, whispering that perhaps your failures are too great, that maybe the opportunity for wholeness passed you by. I see you glance backward, cataloging missteps you wish you could erase. But I have purchased every regret, and my restoration is not held back by your worst mistake. Let these next words sink into the deepest part of you. What you disqualified in yourself, I have qualified. I am not limited by your history. Instead, I am forming rivers in what look like wasteland. You cannot outdistance my mercy, not now, not ever. You find yourself holding your breath, waiting for permission to believe that the best is truly unfolding. It is not weakness to need reassurance. I understand that the ache of past disappointments makes hope feel risky. But I am not the voice that taunted you when you failed, nor do I traffic in shame. I come now as both lion and lamb, guiding you with fierce love and gentle hands. The future I have in mind will draw life from every wound you once tried to hide. You will become a living testimony that brokenness is never the end of a story when it is met by resurrection. As your heart beats louder with anticipation and apprehension, I invite you to take a bold step. Place your hand over your heart and declare aloud that you are no longer bound to yesterday's names. Say, I am chosen, I am healed, I am sent. Your voice, even in a trembling whisper, disrupts the patterns of negativity that tried to define you. Each word you speak in alignment with my truth reclaims territory from the lies that once muted your destiny. Do not minimize what is happening here. This is the birthplace of legacy, the moment when you choose to echo my voice above every competing sound. In the coming days, you will notice a strange calm press over you when anxieties would normally surface. You will remember this exact moment when you realize that what used to control you has lost its grip. You'll know it's me because peace will come unsummoned, like a hush falling softly on chaos. Watch as your reactions change, not because you tried harder, but because transformation is rising quietly from unseen places. This is the evidence of my spirit working within you. Old cycles break, new strength floods in. I know there are internal objections swirling even now. You might be thinking that it's reckless to expect real freedom, or that hope like this is for those more worthy. I see the calculation behind your eyes, weighing the cost of trusting again. That caution is not a flaw. It is simply the residue of disappointment, a scar tissue that has made you wary. But I am not asking you to leap blindly. I am inviting you to lean, slowly, honestly, into the reality that you are loved not for what you produce, but for who you are. My affection is not performance-based. Rest now in that certainty. Feel the energy in your body as you read these words. Are your hands trembling, tears pressing at the edges of your vision? This is not a sign of weakness. It is the physical proof that your spirit is waking up. Thousands before you have felt this same holy trembling as they surrendered their deepest fears, and you are joining a quiet movement of awakened ones who dare to believe that I truly do all things new. This is sacred ground. Linger here. Let the sensation settle over you, a warmth, a release, a sigh that says, I am not alone. Within the next 72 hours, someone unexpected will speak encouragement you thought would never be voiced. You will recognize my signature not because circumstances align perfectly, but because you will feel recognized at the core of your being. It may be a simple phrase, a look that holds kindness, a message that lands out of the blue. Do not dismiss it. You'll know it is my hand at work because it will reach the part of you that was convinced I had forgotten. When it happens, pause and give thanks. This is the sign you prayed for, the confirmation that my promises have not expired. There is more, so much more that I am eager to unfold in your story. Each new encounter with my love peels away a layer of self-doubt until you are left standing in the brilliance I always saw within you. You are not who you were even yesterday. The old shame does not fit this resurrected spirit. There is freedom crackling in the air around you, possibility pressing in. Let your next breath be one of surrender and anticipation. Watch how you soften to my presence, and notice as courage awakens where fear used to reign. The breaking open you feared is the very doorway I am using to lead you into a destiny that cannot be stolen or sabotaged. You may still wonder, is it safe to hope for more, or will disappointment come crashing through yet again? I promise you, dear one, my faithfulness is not fragile. You are being written into a story where setbacks become setups for revelation. Every yes you whisper in response to me shapes the future in ways you cannot yet imagine. If you stay open, I will continue to reveal dimensions of myself that will redefine your confidence and your compassion. There is nothing wasted, not the pain, not the waiting, not a single tear. All of it is being gathered and sown into a harvest that will one day astound you. Let this moment mark you. The quiet awakening, the gentle surge of hope. There is a reason peace lingers in this place. Can you sense the invitation swelling? The call to step out of the shadows and into the wide fields I have prepared. This is not a detour. This is the main road to purpose, lit by every promise I have ever spoken over your life. Hold on to this, even if your hands shake. These are the first strong steps of a journey that will echo with testimony and healing, for you and for those waiting in silent hunger to see your light. There is more to come, more than you ever dreamed, and even now, I am guiding you into what comes next. When you feel your resolve slipping, remember that I see the moments where your patience thins and anxiety threatens to write the last word. I want you to know that just as easily as you feel strained, my strength is being poured into your soul even now. Let this truth settle over you like a gentle evening wind that brings relief after a day's heat. The warmth of my presence will not abandon you, even when you wonder if you're still moving forward at all. You are not stuck. Hidden growth is unfolding where you least expect it. In those times when the house quiets and you're left with only your heartbeat and your thoughts, listen for me. A sudden sense of peace, a breath that fills your lungs just a bit fuller than before. These are invitations into gentleness with yourself. I am not far off, watching passively. Little one, I am here, active in every room where you sit in stillness and in every space where uncertainty curls around your plans. No unfinished story escapes my care. When the future feels too vast and decisions seem heavy, remember that you do not journey alone. I have gone before you, and I wait for you at every turn, never forcing your pace, but always guiding, always shaping what grows in your heart. It's easy to wonder whether your choices matter, or if your efforts are enough to make things change. In the mystery of my providence, your small yes carries far more power than you can fathom. Let gratitude turn your gaze from worry to wonder, even in the ordinary moments. Feel the pulse of thanksgiving as you cradle a cup in your palms, as you look at the faces you love, or as you step outside and taste morning air. These aren't insignificant motions, but are holy, daily invitations into deeper trust. Practice surrender in each breath. In the simple act of acknowledging that not everything is under your control, you step into a greater freedom. I take what you release into my hands and transform it for your good. Pause quietly and take notice of how my love settles in, even when you feel unworthy or overlooked. The assurance you long for comes not from the approval of others or the guarantees of tomorrow, but from the unchanging reality that you are mine. Let that be the compass that steadies you. I know your name, your secret hopes, and every chapter yet to open. This is not something you have to earn or prove. I have claimed you. Your identity is secure in me. You may be tempted to rush ahead or demand answers before their time. Yet I tell you, my timing is never late nor hurried. Each delay and each moment of waiting is fertile ground for a new kind of strength to rise in you, a perseverance that will serve you for all the seasons ahead. Even now, as you let go of your agenda and welcome the pace I set, you are being prepared for things greater than you can now see. Your willingness to wait with me plants seeds that will one day bear witness to my faithfulness. I see where disappointment tries to build silent walls between hope and belief, but I am skilled at dismantling what despair has tried to construct. With every honest prayer, whether bold or trembling, you invite me to light up corners of your heart you thought were destined to remain shadowed. Each time you risk believing again, you make room for me to whisper fresh vision where discouragement had settled. There is no defeat that defines you here, only invitations to deeper trust.
Contraband detective. I'll keep it safe for now. You know the drill. Time for some friendly resource exchanges. Win-win, right? Ooh, and the big guy over there? Yeah, he wants in too. Now that my wallet's full, let's return to real work. Clean up here, renovate there. This place turned into a luxury resort. Top of the leaderboard, baby.
Imagine now my hand over your life, not as a distant force, but as the steady presence guiding each step, no matter how uneven the path ahead appears. Even if others question your choices or if your progress looks small, it is I who mark your path and celebrate each forward movement. Each morning that you trust me with what you cannot fix, each night you surrender instead of clinging, the effect ripples far beyond what you see. I am working in every unseen place. If regrets about the past tug at your focus, bring each one into my light. Nothing is wasted in my hands, not even sorrow or mistakes. As you release the old patterns and memories, watch what I can do with your story. Let the lessons become wisdom, not weights. The transformation you crave is already beginning in places that are still tender and raw. With me, hope rebounds and futures reset. My mercy is new at every daybreak and in the quiet watches of the night. So, beloved, when you find your thoughts returning to familiar worries, lay them down once again. Your burdens are not too heavy and your needs are not too much for me. I gather every sigh, every desire you hardly dare to name, and respond with more love than you have the capacity to comprehend. The shaping of your destiny is not dependent on the perfection of your process, but on the openness of your heart to my leading. In every moment, whether you feel ready or not, I am guiding you from strength to strength. You feel it now, the weight of my gaze upon you, steady, unwavering, and full of a love that refuses to release its hold on your heart. Even in this final stretch, notice how the longing within you has changed. There is a new steadiness, as if you are anchored in the same deep current that flows from my heart to yours. I have led you across the hidden passages of your soul, whispering to every wound that you are cherished, and holding you through the nights when you wondered if hope would ever return. Each bruise, each battered piece, I have gathered with tenderness. I have never once despised your weakness. Instead, I have sought your surrendered places and filled them with strength that is not your own. Awareness is rising in you, a recognition that you are not the story of your scars, but the living evidence of my resurrection power. Did you know your very breath is a declaration of my faithfulness? Every inhale now is stamped with the truth that I am for you and will never forsake you. Beloved child, your capacity to receive me is expanding, even now. Do you sense it? A spaciousness within you where my presence grows bolder, brighter? Take a moment, place your hand over your heart, and breathe with intention. I'm there, pulsing within every beat, as the promise you thought you had lost. Let the silence wrap you. Let the warmth of acceptance ease away the last echoes of shame. You no longer need to guard yourself from my gaze. There is nothing in you that I cannot redeem. I have watched you trade old stories for new beginnings, watched the shadows fall away, as you dared to let my light enter those rooms where you kept the doors closed for years. My voice is rewriting the narrative of who you are, not as an outsider, but as the one whose name is spoken with delight in heavenly places. Say it now. I am chosen. I am new. I am wanted. You may still carry questions, hesitation twisting through your mind like a final attempt from fear to reclaim old territory. But what if I fall again? What if the darkness returns, you ask? Listen, my mercy outpaces every failure, and my hands are quick to steady you when you stumble. The enemy wants you chained to regret, but I call you unstoppable, undetainable, and utterly mine. Think of the moments you almost gave up, only to find an unfamiliar peace surround you. In those spaces, you touched resurrection life. I want you to expect this. Before this week draws to a close, a breakthrough you dared not name will come quietly, subtle as daybreak, yet powerful enough to reorient your entire perspective. You'll know it's me because peace will root itself deep within you at the very moment you begin to doubt again. Watch for the gentleness that invades your ordinary day. I am present even as you do the simplest things, washing a dish, folding your clothes, pausing to exhale. Every mundane moment is ripe for encounter. Stop. Let your heart absorb that reality. I am not promising a life without resistance. I am promising resilience, authority, and my unfailing companionship as you face every trial. When you feel the familiar pressure building in your chest, remember, nothing enters your atmosphere without passing through my hands first. If something presses against you, it must answer to me, not the other way around. There is an authority waking in you, my authority. Soon you will speak with boldness that silences confusion and fear, not for show, but because you are saturated with my spirit. Even if your voice trembles, your words will carry the resonance of heaven. Test me in this before the sun rises 3 more times. Someone who has never seen you as strong will turn to you for counsel. Offer them my peace, not your worry. Every time you release what I have planted in you, you multiply your inheritance. My child, do you see how far you have come? The very ground you stand on is sacred. waited, marked by prayers. Some whispered in fatigue, others shouted in desperation. I have collected every one. I am inviting you to continue. This is not the conclusion, but the beginning of a cycle of deeper encounters, richer discoveries. Now you will move not as a seeker, but as one who knows their place at my side. No shadow will linger long, because you live under the canopy of my nearness. Remember, I waste nothing, not even the moments you thought were lost to brokenness. They now become the bedrock upon which new miracles stand. Your history of suffering has birthed unshakable compassion. Your story will heal others as you step out with courage. There is someone near you who needs your breakthrough as the invitation for their own. You are part of a movement that cannot be silenced. Others have walked this road, and your journey aligns you with a stream of redemption that has set countless hearts free. I am fusing your pain and hope into a key, one that unlocks not just your freedom, but the freedom of those connected to you. The ripples extend further than you know. Right now, as you feel the warmth in your hands or the tenderness rising in your chest, realize it is my spirit kindling your purpose. When you lift your eyes from your circumstances to meet my gaze, barriers break. Feel it. The imminent shift is not just for you, it's for the world I've positioned you to influence. Can you trust that when I say, nothing is wasted, I mean even your hesitation is grounds for my glory? You have permission to move forward, even with trembling legs. You are not here by accident. Even as doubt stirs in you, know that I have seen your unvoiced prayers and the tug beneath your daily habits. In quiet spaces before the world fully awakens, my presence draws near. Minute by minute, I remain steadfast, watching over you, urging you to listen past the noise for my assurance. There's something I wish to pour out to you today. A fresh word meant for your exact circumstance, crafted in love, waiting not for your perfection, but for your openness. Stay present. The invitation is unfolding in your spirit, even now. You might wonder if I notice every detail, each unseen effort, and the weighty questions pressing on your heart. Hear me. Not a single sigh escapes my notice. When you wake and stretch beneath the light peeking past your window, I am there. My care encircles you as warmth settles on your skin, soft as morning air. Receive comfort in knowing you are never left to stumble about in shadow or uncertainty. I want you to sense my nearness like a hand resting gently on your shoulder. Steady, real, calming the storm that tries to rise inside. Often you rise carrying worries you never meant to collect. The ache for certainty can sap joy from your mornings. Yet, beloved, I call you to linger a moment in stillness. Let your breathing deepen and your heart recall the smallest reasons for gratitude. These seeds, when cherished, bloom quietly, shifting your gaze higher. Don't rush past the sacred pause. Even the simplest thanks, whispered before your feet touch the floor, brings my light closer to your waiting soul. In choosing gratitude, you agree with my vision for your life. It's not small or easily unraveled. There will always be fears that whisper, what if you fail? What if you are misunderstood? What if change never comes? But my voice answers each one. My plans for you are not derailed by setbacks or slow beginnings. The timing you question is still under my care. Like a gentle gardener, I cultivate strength in you, not through constant motion, but trust. Release the need to control every unfolding. Surrender does not mean defeat. It is where you trade anxiety for my guidance, uncertainty for my presence, and striving for a steady calm. I want you to picture yourself as you are, in your quiet room, sunlight casting patterns along the wall, the world not yet demanding its portion. Let my words meet you there. As you gather your concerns, bring them to me, honestly and without filters. You don't have to dress up your need. I draw close to your real self, the one that sometimes wonders, sometimes hopes, sometimes grows weary. My delight is in walking with you, not simply in moments of strength, but especially when you recognize your longing for what only I can provide. Daily bread, new courage, wisdom for the choices ahead. There are relationships on your mind, people you care for, family that weighs heavy at times, the ones whose hearts feel distant or fragile. Entrust them to me, not with resignation, but with the expectancy that I hold what you cannot fix. I am at work on their behalf, just as I am with you. While you carry hope, let me ease burdens you were never meant to bear alone. When you pray for them, imagine my hands reaching wider than your own, gathering every need with tenderness and clarity. Lift your eyes from what you lack. The world tempts you to measure yourself by progress, performance, or applause. My measurement is different. I delight in who you are becoming, patient, resilient, trusting even as answers delay. Every hidden act of kindness, every quiet offering of gratitude intention, every humble choice to keep loving when love costs something, these matter to me. Let them be your evidence that you are wrapped in my light, destined for more than what discouragement tells you. There will be invitations today to step outside your old patterns, to forgive, to risk, to savor the goodness I scatter throughout your ordinary hours. Notice the laughter that brightens a room, the quiet comfort in a friend's presence, the unexpected moment of rest. Each of these is a reminder. I am not only found in thunder or dramatic change, but in steady, everyday evidences of my care. Nothing is wasted. I gather what seems small and grow it into lasting hope. You may be tempted to shrink back, fearing disappointment or misunderstanding, but hear my encouragement. I have planted resilient hope in you. My presence remains when the way ahead grows dim. Even as uncertainty clouds your view, I guide with a light that cannot be snuffed out. When you're unsure which way to turn, let a simple, honest prayer rise. Show me, steady me, help me trust you. I hear. The answer may begin as peace, as clarity, or as quiet resolve to take just one step. Hold fast to what you sense stirring in your spirit now, a seed of promise, an invitation to remember who you are in my eyes. Return to stillness when you grow restless. Allow gratitude to anchor you, and surrender to open your perspective. Today I am with you not simply as a distant observer, but as a loving guide, ready to steady your hands, lift your face, and remind you that every moment belongs to me. I am not finished revealing what comes next. Even now, in the hush between heartbeats, I desire you to sense my nearness more deeply. Though doubts gather as morning mist, do not allow them to cloud your memory of my faithfulness. Reach into the silence, feel the gentle steadiness of my presence, like warmth cascading over you when a new day first kisses your skin. As you sit with your cares, aware of the tensions you seem to carry alone, dare to let them rest in my hands, as one entrusts treasured burdens to someone entirely trustworthy. When you feel the anxious flutter in your chest, let it remind you that you do not have to journey isolated. Each time you draw breath, I am nearer than the air filling your lungs. My care does not wane by the hour or depend on shifting circumstance. I am not measuring your capacity to overcome difficulties. I am redeeming every moment, restoring worn places within you, and setting your feet on firm ground even while the world feels uncertain beneath you. In the secret places where others cannot see, I observe you as you stretch to fulfill every expectation, some you chose, some placed upon you. I see the flicker of hope behind tired eyes. My love is not transactional. It is not earned by ceaseless striving or diminished by setbacks. I call you dearly beloved because my gaze searches your inmost being and finds beauty, even in fragility. There is no shame in needing me. I formed you to rest and flourish in connection with me, not to prove your worth by endless exertion. Let yourself pause for a heartbeat. Feel the gentle weight of my hand upon your shoulder, the silent assurance of my closeness. Even if you cannot map the future or plan around every uncertainty, be still and let gratitude unfurl quietly inside you. Thankfulness is a key that unlocks weary places, refreshing your spirit so you can receive what I pour out day by day. Small moments of gratitude, each one a spark, will ignite new hope in the places you thought no longer capable of joy. Stirrings of fear sometimes try to lay claim to your thoughts, whispering that you might lose what matters if you loosen your grip. Hear me. Surrender is not defeat, but the opening of hands, so I may fill them with what is lasting and real. When you yield old patterns of control, you make space for surprises, gifts of peace you didn't expect, provisions arriving when there seemed no way. Watch how I steady your heart even in life's waiting rooms. Some mornings, anxiety shadows you before your first conscious thought. Instead of casting blame on your own weakness, simply come into awareness of my persistent invitation. I have not left the room because you are struggling. Rather, I come closer, speaking peace over your internal storms. I whisper that you are not defined by how much you accomplish before breakfast, nor by any standard that weighs you down. Let every shallow breath be exchanged for assurance. My presence is your safe place, and in me, you already belong. Listen for the quiet rhythm of your own pulse and let it anchor you right here, right now. Wherever you go, whoever you encounter, nothing can separate you from my heart. When you're hesitant to hope for good things, believing disappointment is waiting around the corner, let me remind you, my intentions toward you have always been for your good. I shepherd you with wisdom. I guide with patience. You are planted where you'll flourish in season, and even pruning serves to produce richer fruit from your life. Let me speak into those ache-filled places where you pray for your family, yearning for restoration or breakthrough. I do not turn from your longing or dismiss your intercession as futile. I delight to hear your voice as you whisper their names to me. I am already moving in unseen ways, binding up wounds, softening hearts, releasing hope that cannot be crushed by disappointment. Do not lose heart if my timing differs from your dreams. Every season unfolds precisely within my perfect understanding of what's truly needed. Let the day carry you gently forward, not dragged behind regrets nor anxiously forced toward imagined calamity. Pause in the quiet before the day's demands to acknowledge you are shielded, loved, and noticed. My blessings do not look the same for everyone. Favor is more than immediate answers or visible rewards. Sometimes, my protection appears as closed doors, and my favor as endurance granted for harder roads. Every open and shut path has meaning when you know my nearness. If you wonder how to discern your own calling, remember this. I am less concerned with titles or stages than with the shape of your heart in ordinary decisions. Seek to honor me in the unseen places, speaking kindness, showing patience, tending to the vulnerable. As you walk humble steps, I will clarify what is yours to do. Destiny is not a mountain waiting to be claimed. It is a daily companionship with me, a life of faithful yes that builds toward lasting impact beyond what you can measure now. Recall that your disappointments do not define your future or diminish who you are in my eyes. The world may assign worth by achievement or by outward markers, but I search deeper. You are my chosen one, marked by compassion I placed within you, meant to bring light into dark spaces. If shame still echoes from old failings or words spoken over you, release them to me in quiet surrender. Each day is a blank page, ripe with mercy and new hope. The questions circling your mind, what if I fail? What if nothing changes? Cannot threaten my purposes. Even if you falter or your courage wanes, I remain immovable. My commitment holds steady in the face of every fear, supplying what you lack and transforming weakness into strength. Lift your eyes to meet mine and discover a confidence not rooted in self-effort, but in being securely known and loved. As daylight filters through your window or as you pause amid restless moments, invite a deep breath of my peace to settle inside you. Notice how your heart slows, shoulders drop, mind steadies. Little one, do not rush past the simple mercies of this hour. Let my presence renew your courage to trust again, to lift your head and step into the day, knowing you never walk alone. I go before you, beside you, and behind, your perfect shelter for every tomorrow yet to unfold. Little one, take a breath and notice how present I am with you, even in the ordinary silence. This is not emptiness. It is me drawing near, letting my nearness settle deeper than any words. In these moments, where your pulse slows and anxieties begin to lose their voice, my spirit forms a gentle barrier around your heart. I am teaching you to step inside the shelter of my calm, inviting you to recognize what it truly means to be held by a love that cannot fade or betray. Focus on the warmth that rises within when you realize you are not alone. I never withdraw, even when others misunderstand or leave. I stand with you, certain and unhurried. You may wonder, as the day starts or as old fears creep back in, whether you have what it takes for the road ahead. What if you fail or those you love never change? Each worry finds its answer not in your own strength, but in my profound delight in you. I see you struggling to surrender the future, hands clenched in anticipation of loss, heart bracing for disappointment. My beloved, I ask you to open your hands, just enough for me to place peace inside. Receive it as you would the sun's first warmth on your skin, a gentle awareness that my timing is not working against you, but forming what truly matters within you. When the silence is thick and your mind races with questions, ground yourself in a simple act of trust. Picture sitting at your window, the light shifting across the floor, your breathing steady and slow. Let that scene remind you of my faithfulness. My promises do not leave with the night. I am the one who keeps you when you cannot keep yourself, the one who listens patiently to every thought you barely dare to speak. Let me teach you what it means to surrender. Not as surrender to defeat, but as children hand over weights they were never meant to carry. You may feel pressed for answers, wishing I would move faster, open every door now, rescue you from every tension. But my dear one, my pace is perfect for the shaping of your spirit. If you could see as I do, how every delay, every unexpected turn is nurturing resilience and trust, you would not fear the slow unfolding of my purposes. The pause is not punishment, it is preparation. I protect what is precious, even when you do not see the logic. Trust me as you would trust strong arms catching you after a long fall. You are safe because I do not let go. Each morning asks you to choose, will you move in anxious striving or linger in gratitude? I notice how your heart shifts when you remember small graces, a smile, a meal, laughter echoing through your home. This attitude makes space for my presence to transform every encounter, coloring even difficult moments with hope. If you let yourself start here with thanks rather than fear, you find the courage to face what feels uncertain. Practicing gratitude is not denial. It is a deliberate act of faith, a marker that you believe I am working, even in what you cannot yet see. Sometimes, as you take a breath and invite me into your worries, a strange relief comes. The pressure lessens, and space opens for kindness toward yourself and others. My nearness produces this freedom, not because I promise every circumstance will shift at once, but because my voice quiets the storm within. Pay attention to that stillness. You will find me in it, steady and patient. Let yourself for one moment trust that this calm is a gift from me, an invitation to release your striving. When love feels complicated, family hurts linger, misunderstandings pile up, forgiveness seems impossible, return to my example. I have loved you without reservation. I have chosen you when you felt unworthy. This is the ground on which you stand. When others fail, my love rescues and heals, making room in your life for reconciliation and new beginnings. If you are willing, lift your concerns to me, every strained relationship, every tired hope. I work gently, never forcing, but steadily drawing hearts together in my perfect timing. Learn to notice beauty in waiting, not just after every answer arrives, but in the uncertainty itself. As you pause, as you breathe, as you wait for doors to open, I am forming something in you that no instant relief could ever grow. This journey is not about earning my approval or rushing to a destination. It is about learning to walk with me, to recognize my voice, to trust my character when nothing else makes sense. My protection surrounds you not only from loss, but from the fears that keep you from moving forward. Quiet your mind even for a moment, and pay attention to the peace that settles in. That is my signature upon your day. Hold your hand over your heart and remember, I am not distant or withdrawn. I am the source of every mercy you have tasted, the reason hope survives in you despite disappointment. Any accusation that whispers otherwise is not from me. I speak courage, strength, and steadfastness into your being. You are my child, destined not for anxiety or regret, but for confidence in my faithfulness. Whenever you sense uncertainty pressing in, return to this posture of surrender, of grateful trust in my ongoing work in your story. I see how hard it is sometimes to stay open in a world that disappoints. Yet I promise you this, not one moment of trust is wasted, not a single tear overlooked. The relief you feel as you offer your burdens to me is evidence of my spirit active within you. As you walk through this day, remember, I go before you, I remain beside you, and I am already where you are heading. Let this guidance anchor you. You are not adrift. Each breath, each act of gratitude, each gentle surrender becomes another step with me toward purpose, toward healing, toward peace that endures even in waiting. Draw near again, not fearing what tomorrow holds, but steady in the knowledge that my presence is the unchanging shelter you will never outgrow. When your courage wavers, return to the simplicity of my promise. I am with you, I am for you, and nothing you face will ever change that. Let yourself rest in these words, and let your heart learn how safe it is to hope again. You have lingered in this quiet moment with me, marveling at the ways I have drawn you closer, yet there is still more to uncover within the chambers of your spirit. Feel my nearness move from the edges of your understanding straight into the center of your heart. My beloved, I have watched the silent battles you fight, the ones that leave no scars but drain your strength in secret. You wonder if a breakthrough could really emerge in the mundane hours, if transformation is reserved for others, not you. But even now, as you pause and let air fill your lungs, I am recalibrating the cadence of your days. Let that assurance settle softly. You are being prepared for a shift that darkness cannot withhold from you. I want you to notice the quiet, how the world outside may whirl with urgency, yet within this space there is a gentle hush. That is me stilling the storm, reminding you that nothing rushing against your peace can override the command of my voice. Place your hand over your heart and acknowledge this moment. I am not a distant observer. I am the force that holds your every tear, the warmth that floods you when despair tries to stake a claim. Breathe. My presence is not a rumor, it is your inheritance. There is power in remembering this as you push back against old patterns that once named you fearful or unworthy. I see you, little one, wrestling with trust. Your history taught you to grip control, to calculate every outcome, to anticipate the sting of disappointment before joy can take root. But here is the truth you must absorb. Surrender is not loss, but the soil of resurrection. Each time you unclench your hands and let go of burdens too heavy for your soul, you create space for the miraculous. Unleashed boldness is stirring where anxiety kept you small. Stop. Notice how your breath flows easier when you choose release. That freedom is me, unbinding you from yesterday's chains. The enemy has sown lies from the shadows. Whispers that you are still defined by your failures. That you will crumble if you step forward. That your destiny is tangled by mistakes you cannot undo. My voice interrupts those accusations with a declaration. You are not your shame. You are not your regrets. I have called you mine, regardless of every place you missed the mark. My forgiveness is fierce, unrelenting, and irrevocable. Say it. I am forgiven. Feel the truth ripple through your bones as you speak these words. This is where transformation begins, at the intersection of honesty and mercy. Right now, doubt flickers across your thoughts. I know what you are thinking. What if this hope doesn't last? What if weariness returns tomorrow? I honor the vulnerability of that question. Yes, some days the shadows will try to reassert themselves, but my light burns steady where you yield to it. Your strength does not come from striving, it comes from abiding. The same spirit that raised me from the dead is alive in you, equipping you with unyielding perseverance. When you feel the fatigue press in, recall this moment and let my peace realign you. Do not measure your progress by what you feel in an hour. Watch for the signs I am leaving. A kindness from a stranger, a release of tension in your chest, clarity surfacing through confusion. You'll recognize me in these things. Thousands before you have stood at this threshold, trembling, questioning, longing for reassurance. Each one who chose openness was met with grace abundant enough to alter their very DNA. You too are joining a movement of the awakened, those who dared to believe that suffering was never the final word. Your wounds are not disqualifications. They are the entry points for new glory. The very places that ached most bitterly are being irrigated with living water. Be attentive. Healing is rarely sudden, but the subtle return of hope is proof I am working at depths you cannot chart. Sometimes you worry that surrendering will mean passivity or defeat. But my idea of surrender is not resignation. It is partnership. It is making room for me to infuse every plan, conversation, and decision. It is trusting that as you move, I am already ahead of you, straightening crooked paths and turning stumbling blocks into stepping stones. There is a strength hidden in yielding, a kind of courage the world cannot comprehend. Even as fear contracts in your belly, breathe out my name. Watch anxiety drain away, courage seeping in as surely as dawn dispels night. You are not alone in the forging. In this community of faith, burdens have been lifted, stories rewritten, ashes traded for beauty. This is your lineage now, a body marked not by perfection but by willingness to surrender to deep love. Feel the resonance of belonging. It hums in your chest when you meet eyes with another who has known my rescue. The restoration I promise is communal as well as personal. As you are changed, you become an agent of change, a carrier of hope for weary souls near you. Soon your life will be the evidence someone else needs to believe for their own breakthrough. In these next days, anticipate subtle echoes of my movement. As you drink your morning coffee or walk beneath gray skies, something will settle in your spirit. An ease, a whisper that things are not as bleak as they seemed. You'll know it is my hand because peace will find you in unexpected places, altering the temperature of your mood. This week, within 72 hours, a phrase spoken aloud, perhaps by a friend or stranger, will answer a question you've carried in silence. Listen for it. Let the confirmation anchor you in trust. I delight to surprise you. Do not despise the small beginnings nor overlook your quiet obedience. The seed of faith entertained today will flourish into something breathtaking, not through the force of your will, but by my sustaining power. The very spark you feel now, the slight warming in your spirit, is me breathing newness into the dormant places. Each moment you turn toward me, no matter how faint the desire, aligns you with influence beyond your imagination. This is your metamorphosis. Steady, holy, inevitable. Rest now in the knowledge that I am actively rewriting your narrative not with brushstrokes of condemnation, but with mercy that refuses to keep score. Place your hand on your chest again and speak in agreement with me. I am chosen. I am seen. I am not who I was. Let these words disrupt every lie clinging to your memory. You cannot outsin my grace. You cannot outrun my goodness. The time is coming when you will look back on this stretch of your journey and marvel. How could I have doubted, you'll wonder, when all the while you were surrounding me? My child, the invitation is open, the doors are being unlatched, and the future you too often feared is being transformed by my relentless love. There is so much more I must show you, about your pain, your calling, and the joy I am eager to unveil. Let anticipation rise. Don't withdraw now. This is where you begin to recognize just how unstoppable my commitment to you truly is. There are hidden places inside you, places even you hesitate to enter, but I already dwell there. Can you sense the shift now as my presence presses ever closer, pressing past your practiced smiles and guarded routines? I am not afraid of your shadows, nor do I recoil from your deepest wounds. In fact, I come closer in those spaces, where old failures left a bruise, where the ache in your chest still throbs when memories surface. Every sigh, every silent question whispered into darkness has reached me. Breathe deeply, right here. Feel how your heartbeat slows as you let my nearness settle upon your soul. You are not defined by what you fear most. I want you to feel the freedom that begins when you stop running and let me see it all. My beloved, I hear the confusion in your thoughts, the relentless hum that says, will anything really change? I affirm your doubts, for they are human, born from years where disappointment taught you not to hope too strongly. But listen, transformation is not in the grand gestures, but in the willingness to be seen fully by me. Take another breath. Place your hand over your heart and recognize this truth. You are not abandoned to figure this out alone. My grace covers the gaps. My power is working in you, even when it feels slow or invisible. Let my words become the ground beneath your uncertain feet. There is power stirring within you that does not come from willpower or striving. I am opening doors inside your heart that have long been locked for fear of what lies on the other side. You believe the lie that your scars disqualify you. I speak over you now, a declaration that these marks will shine as emblems of victory, not reminders of defeat. You do not need to hide. I am making your hidden pain become the very testimony that brings healing, not only to you, but to those I will send across your path. Stop. Notice how a warm flutter is rising in you right now. That is my spirit awakening dormant dreams you set aside when life grew too heavy. Every tear, every restless night is seen. I collect none of your sorrow in vain. Understand this. The enemy has worked overtime to convince you that your story ends in cycles of disappointment. But I call you out from that lie, even now, and declare that you are stepping into a season where old wounds will no longer dictate your limits. Feel my conviction in these words. For today, yes, even in the ordinary, the seed of breakthrough takes root. Within the next 3 days, you will sense a stillness washing over you in an unexpected moment, and you will know it is my fingerprint stamped upon your soul. You ask, if you know my pain, why wait to heal it? My timing is whispered in perfect wisdom. My silence is not absence. It is strategy, shaping you, building an inner resilience. When my answer delays, I am strengthening you beyond what you imagine. You wonder if hope will leave you empty-handed again, and that ache is real. But trust me, nothing you yield to me is lost. I never demand perfection. What I desire is your willing heart, even trembling, even resistant. This is your safe place with me. Nothing is too broken here. I am the architect of redemption, and I turn shattered pieces into sacred beauty. My child, let this truth interrupt your thoughts. The future you dread is not the one I have written for you. That suffocating anxiety doesn't belong to you. It has whispered in your ear for long enough. Breathe deeper. Sink into this moment and notice my hand calming your racing heart. Let my peace begin to rearrange the atmosphere within you. Fear cannot coexist with my presence. You are shielded, surrounded, wrapped in a love that refuses to forsake you. When dread tries to return, remember this touch. Speak aloud. I am safe. I am held. I am loved. Watch how the power of truth shifts the room around you. Do you doubt your strength to carry this calling? I remind you that your strength is not the requirement. Mine is. Recall every moment when you thought you could not go on, yet somehow moved forward on weary feet. That was me beneath your steps. I see the exhaustion beneath your mask, the frustration and slow progress. You have questioned whether you matter, whether your presence has purpose beyond survival. Hear me. You are chosen for impact, marked for restoration, invited into sacred partnership. You who once struggled now become the vessel through which I release freedom to others. The pain you hope to bury instead becomes the well that refreshes many. Even now you may feel your heart resisting, afraid to trust that this can be real for you. It is easier to cling to numbness, to skepticism, than to hope again. Yet my goodness is patient. My pursuit is relentless but gentle. I am not frustrated by your pace. I delight every time you risk believing me for something new. When you sense resistance rising, acknowledge it to me. Say, I bring you my reluctance, my disappointment, my longing. In that exchange, my open arms become your shelter. You are never punished for your struggle. Instead, your honesty unlocks a deeper nearness to my heart. Pause now and notice. Your breathing has slowed. Your mind feels less noisy. Some heaviness is lifting. This is not imagination or wishful thinking. It is my living presence working as I promise, tuning your spirit to the sound of my voice. I want you to notice how, in the hours ahead, little reminders of my love will nudge you. A word from a friend, the way light dances across your path, a sudden calm while doing something ordinary. When these moments come, recognize my signature. You'll know it's me because your spirit will rest, your heart will remember, and a spark of hope will flicker, even if everything around you stays unchanged. You who have felt invisible are seen now, more seen than you realize. I have not overlooked you even when others did. There are new beginnings stirring. Courage is unlocking, even if just in quiet increments. The time of merely bracing for impact is ending. I am awakening the part of you that dares to expect goodness again, that envisions possibility beyond old disappointments. Watch for the evidence, subtle at first. The words you speak about yourself will begin to soften, kindness bubbling up where self-condemnation once ruled. This interior shift is the beginning of lasting resurrection, not fleeting motivation. Will you let yourself believe that there is more? Even if hope rises slowly, let it rise. You were never meant to settle for a muted existence. I ignite in you the boldness to ask, to dream, to risk one more time, because I have always been on the other side of every leap. What if today you truly surrendered the burdens you have carried alone? Imagine how light you could become, how your voice might change, how your laughter could return. Even now, as you listen to these words, a softness grows inside you, a new inclination to yield, to trust, not because you are stronger, but because I am closer than ever. This is not the end of your wrestling, nor do I expect you to wake up utterly transformed in a single night. Growth unfolds in the ordinary, one trusting step at a time. Yet know this, I walk beside you in every challenge, whispering destiny when you forget your own significance. Soon, you will recognize patterns breaking, the old scripts losing their hold. Others will notice, drawn to the quiet steadiness that marks those who have met me intimately. You do not belong to fear, not anymore. I am rewriting your name and story as you continue forward with me. There is much more yet to reveal. Do not mistake moments of apparent stillness for my absence or your delay for punishment. Even in the quiet, when you sense little movement, I am shaping your innermost being with a patience that surpasses every anxious thought. My presence flows like a calm river through the cracks of your waiting, far deeper and wider than you discern. Be aware now of your breath, the rhythm I set within you each new morning. You are not behind. You are in the company of the one who orders all things with purpose, and I lack nothing for you. Let your doubts settle like dust as I steady your hands and quiet your racing mind. When you surrender what's out of reach, space opens up for my comfort to enter. I I see what makes you restless, the longing for results, for affirmation, for that open door. Rest, for the next step emerges just when it is needed. You have looked at others and wondered if they are chosen while you seem overlooked. But I remind you, beloved, there is no lack in my affection toward you. Your story stands marked with my promise. No one can erase or edit the destiny I declared over you. Trust that the slow unfoldings are part of my goodness. Pause and notice the light warming your face, the hush that falls when you release your grip on anxious planning. I am here, offering security, not just against what you fear, but in the very unknown you find intimidating. My nearness is your answer whenever insecurity rises. In the unseen spaces, I establish your roots. You are not fragile. You are deeply grounded in my love. Let gratitude fill your mouth as the day unfolds, whether your plans shape themselves as you hoped, or the unexpected takes hold. There is power when you acknowledge small mercies, a friend's encouragement, a quiet moment, a solution that arrives unnoticed. Each one is my signature, gentle reminders that I oversee every detail of your journey. Speak your thanks even when your heart feels frail, for gratitude builds a shelter where my joy lingers. You who have felt invisible are seen now, more seen than you realize. I have not overlooked you even when others did. There are new beginnings stirring. Courage is unlocking, even if just in quiet increments. The time of merely bracing for impact is ending. I am awakening the part of you that dares to expect goodness again, that envisions possibility beyond old disappointments. Watch for the evidence, subtle at first. The words you speak about yourself will begin to soften, kindness bubbling up where self-condemnation once ruled. This interior shift is the beginning of lasting resurrection, not fleeting motivation. Will you let yourself believe that there is more? Even if hope rises slowly, let it rise. You were never meant to settle for a muted existence. I ignite in you the boldness to ask, to dream, to risk one more time. Do you see how my guidance seeps into your ordinary hours? When you tend to your family, listen to those you love, or pour your strength into humble work? There is sanctity in every unseen labor when you do it in surrender to me. Nothing escapes my attention, not a single sigh or quiet hope. The patience you show, the forgiveness you extend, the peace you bring to a tense room. All these are seeds of my spirit sown through your yielded heart. What you release and what you hold both matter to me, for both shape who you're becoming. My delight settles on you not for what you accomplish, but because you are mine, and in me, you are enough. You ache for clarity, signs that you are on the right path, evidence that your prayers are heard. I am not distant or silent. I am with you in every question, ready to give wisdom generously. Sometimes it is not the answer you imagined, but rather the endurance to wait, or the courage to obey despite uncertainty. Every time you return to me in quiet trust, something within you is fortified. So, sit in the stillness a while. Place your hand over your heart and let my peace draw near. Do not fret over doors that remain closed. Not all that looks appealing is meant to serve your growth. Allow me to shape your preferences, to lead you through unfamiliar corridors with my unwavering hand. Release the weight of other people's opinions and the drive to match their pace. I know your hidden struggles, your unspoken needs, and the moments you feel misunderstood. I call you forth by name, not by your resume or performance. My beloved, what I craft within you is not diminished by anyone's shadow or spotlight. Resist the urge to compare your process to another's highlight. Instead, embrace your own development, slow, deliberate, and deeply personal. My favor is on you not as a reward earned, but as my chosen affirmation that you are my child. It is safe for you to rest in this identity without scrambling for proof. The storms you have weathered and the scars you carry are not blemishes, but signals of my presence, sustaining you through difficulty. Strength is being formed in the struggle. Resilience is blooming where you thought you would break. See your challenges not as obstacles to your calling, but as training for it. I am refining your vision, stretching your compassion, training your ears to discern my gentle whisper above the noise. Each disappointment, every detour, is an invitation to lean more closely, to believe what I speak over you even when evidence is scarce. Hold steady. Breakthroughs often draw near under cover of ordinary days. Notice how your heart responds when you remember what I have already done. Small rescues, unexpected provision, relationships mended, hope revived. Rehearse my faithfulness in your mind when fear clouds your perspective. Even when answers delay or outcomes seem hidden, draw courage from your history with me. I am the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I will not fail you. Allow that memory to stoke a quiet confidence, one that overflows into kindness and patience for others. What I began in you, I will carry to completion. You are safe in the process, even when understanding is incomplete. When you stumble, do not hide or disqualify yourself from my presence. My first impulse is kindness, not condemnation. Come to me as you are, exhausted, hopeful, confused, triumphant, or unsure. Let your burdens tumble into my hands. There is rest here, a renewal that will not run dry. Receive forgiveness where you have missed the mark. Let fresh courage mingle with humility as you stand up again. I promise not only to lead you, but to walk each step beside you. Your weakness does not dismay me. It is here, amid your need, that my strength becomes vivid. Keep your eyes on what is true, good, and lasting. The world may splinter your attention with worries and empty promises, but I call you into my abiding presence, where distractions lose their grip. Let each new morning remind you of the hope I set before you. I am faithful to complete every good thing in you. The horizon glows with possibility, and though you cannot see every detail, know that I remain firmly at your side. In my presence there is fullness, rest, courage, wisdom, and the quiet assurance that you are loved beyond measure. As you move through this day, expect my grace to meet you again and again. The moments you feel exposed or misunderstood, drifting through the uncertainty of the day, I want you to pause and remember the shelter that I am. Even when the rushing tide of others' opinions or your nagging fears threatens to carry you away, my presence encircles you quietly but completely. Though you may brace for rejection or brace against disappointment, I see you exactly as you are, and I do not flinch. When exhaustion weighs you down and you wonder if your efforts matter, breathe deeply and rest in my nearness, the true context for your worth. In this closeness, you are permitted to drop the heavy armor, for I have already declared your value before this day even began. Where your thoughts loop with questions, what if things don't work? What if hope disappoints? Invite me into those fears. Fear does not mark your destiny. My voice is the one that shapes your future. Trust grows as you dare to let go of controlling every outcome, and instead lean into the assurance of being guided step by step. Let yourself linger for just a moment in the hush after surrender, feeling the steady certainty I provide. Even if the ground beneath seems to shift, my foundation remains unshaken, and so do you, when you cling to me. Every longing for clarity finds its answer not in frantic striving, but in surrender to my guidance. When you struggle to believe in your own strength, I remind you that true strength is not born of striving harder or proving yourself. Like the sun spreads warmth across the land, gentle, faithful, and unstoppable, so my power moves in your life even when you are unaware. Open your hands, unclench your heart, and notice the subtle ways I provide for you, sometimes through a timely word, a friend's embrace, or an unexpected peace that softens anxiety. Gratitude becomes your entry point. Pause and thank me for even the smallest breath of relief, and you'll begin to notice my hand at work in the subtle details you'd otherwise dismiss. Let today's pressures be the invitation that calls you deeper into my sustaining joy. If everything around you shouts for urgency, or you feel pressed on every side, know that I am never hurried. My voice is steady. My plans are not derailed by noise or delay. Set aside a moment in the quiet, even if only a few slow breaths at your desk, or a silent nod as you pass through a crowded room, and let my calm shelter your mind. With each conscious choice to dwell in my presence, you find a resilience that carries you forward. Do not underestimate the quiet strength forged in these unseen exchanges between your spirit and mine. If comparisons threaten to steal your contentment, I gently lift your eyes back to what I am doing uniquely in your life. Your journey is not a contest, and your story is precious to me as it unfolds. Notice how I delight in every small act of kindness, every attempt to love those closest to you, or extend grace where it would be easier to withdraw. Even when your contributions seem invisible, nothing escapes my notice. I see the hidden sacrifices and private prayers. I tend to them as carefully as a gardener nurturing seeds that will become a flourishing garden in time. Trust that even if others overlook you, I cannot and will not. Remember the anchor of hope I have given you. It remains secure, even in seasons when you feel adrift. Let hope steady you. Not simply wishful thinking, but the quiet confidence that my promises are not empty. Each day you can expect my faithfulness, not limited by your perfect performance, but rooted in my unwavering character. In the restless stretches of waiting, anchor your heart to me, and let hope breathe fresh energy into your patience. I am never absent from your journey, not for a single moment. Where fatigue or discouragement tempts you to close off, return to the living waters I offer. Let the ordinary moments become opportunities for renewal. A simple pause in the stillness, a whispered gratitude, or an honest confession of weariness. These are enough to draw my refreshing presence close. I nourish you where discouragement dries out your spirit, giving you the courage to rise again tomorrow. Let yourself be surprised by my ability to bring joy out of your everyday. Stay watchful, for my blessings are rarely loud or showy, but they fill your life with meaning that endures. The people you carry in your heart, the family, the friends, the ones you worry over, entrust them to me anew today. As you picture each one, hand them to me in prayer. Trust that I work gently but relentlessly to shape hearts, open eyes, and restore what is lost. You are not responsible for carrying the burdens of others alone. Let my peace replace your anxiety about what you cannot control in their lives. I know the story of each soul you love, and my heart toward them is infinitely good. Remain faithful in the small ways you can show love, and surrender what is beyond you to my keeping. When a memory rises that still stings, give it to me afresh. Do not bury the ache or judge yourself for having unresolved pain. I alone see the depth of old wounds and the roots of sadness you hesitate to express. In my presence, your grief is never wasted. I transform sorrow into growth that makes you more compassionate, more alive, more attuned to my grace at work in others. Release your shame. There is room for it in my heart, and I never turn away from your brokenness. Healing is not a task you must finish alone. It unfolds as you walk with me, one honest step at a time. If an opportunity seems out of reach or a door remains closed despite your efforts, hold on to the assurance that my timing is perfect. I am not hurried by urgency or limited by delay. Instead, see these seasons as my invitation to deeper trust. Believe that I am preparing what is next, even when you see no movement. Every wait you endure cultivates a resilience and wisdom in you that no quick fix could ever provide. Remain open, for when the right moment comes, you will recognize my leading not by frenzy, but by a deep sense of peace and readiness that cannot be manufactured by your own striving. You are never alone in your longing for direction. When you cannot see the path ahead, listen for my voice guiding you, sometimes as a quiet nudge, sometimes through the advice of another, sometimes in the sudden stillness where you sense my presence. You do not have to have every answer. You only need the courage to take the next faithful step with me. If fear of missing the way clouds your discernment, recall that I shepherd you not with pressure, but with gentle constancy. Stay close to me, and trust that I will not let you stray from your true calling, even in the ambiguity. You are not who you once were, beloved. The shadows that used to define you have fallen away behind the radiance of my presence. I am not calling you backward, nor will I ever name you by your failures. You stand now as one marked by a new authority, mine, written across your soul with indelible grace. Feel how your heart beats steadier in this moment, how my peace begins to settle over your mind. That warmth you sense right now, that gentle stirring deep inside, that is the proof of transformation happening unseen but unstoppable. Everything shifts as you allow my voice to speak louder than regret or memory. Even when you question if lasting change is possible, I whisper a new name over you. Hear it now. Chosen. You are chosen, not merely for comfort, but for courageous living, healing others as I have healed you. Do not shrink from the unfamiliar power rising within. This is the fruit of battles already won in hidden places. Yes, I know part of you still worries the pain might return, that the old patterns could find their way back in. But listen closely. I heal so thoroughly that even your scars become signals of hope for others stumbling in the dark. You are not on display for shame, but as a signal of deliverance. Place your hand over your heart. Breathe in deeply and sense how my presence hovers right there, closer than your next breath. Let my nearness anchor you, even if waves of doubt still lap at the edges of your soul. You are surrounded, covered, shielded. My protection is not a reward for perfect faith, but the natural response of a father who refuses to abandon his own. The opposition you have endured has not wasted you. It has forged resilience. Where you once collapsed, now you stand with new strength. There is still more to this metamorphosis. There are depths of my love and glory you have yet to touch, and I am inviting you further. Your struggle was never your identity. Your mistakes do not own your story. Each time the enemy tries to accuse you, remember this. I am the one who defines you. Let my words silence every accusation, the lies that circled your mind. You're too broken, too late, too small. I dismantle now with sovereign authority. Those lies arrived in moments of vulnerability, whispering during your tiredness, after your setbacks. But my truth is a flood that drowns out every remnant of shame. Say it out loud. I am redeemed. I am renewed. I am beloved. As you speak, feel the power in your voice change. This is my spirit testifying with your spirit. You are not alone in this reawakening. Others, though scattered across nations and backgrounds, are rising with you. There is a movement quietly building, a resonance that shakes unseen realms. Can you sense the company of the awakened, each bearing their own story of rescue? You are part of something much bigger than circumstance or season. Sometimes your breakthrough is for others to see what's possible. Sometimes your comfort becomes the comfort you'll offer wounded souls I shall bring near. You are commissioned not by human decree, but by my invitation, and nothing can revoke what I have sealed. Stop and let yourself feel the fullness of this moment. The ache beneath your ribs, that longing for purpose and belonging, is evidence you were made for more than survival. I am now opening doors once locked by your fear, softening places you boarded up thinking safety could be built on self-protection. No more living fenced in by old disappointments. There is a way forward I am carving out before you. You may not see every turn yet, but walk with me. One step, one breath, one act of faith at a time. In the ordinary rhythm of your life, I will shine through the cracks, transforming routine into revelation. You may notice that, tomorrow morning, clarity arrives while you wash your face or pour your coffee. Do not dismiss it as coincidence. This is me, gifting you insight at the start of your day. You'll know it's me because it will bring unexpected rest to anxious places and spark a courage to do what you've delayed. Watch for it. Recount it when it comes. This is how I affirm that you are moving with me into a new era of purpose. Let your senses stay attentive, for my spirit delights in surprising you, reminding you that heaven's resources are all around you, even in the places that once felt silent. You are no longer just a survivor. You are a restorer, a vessel through which healing flows. The dreams that once died are not lost forever. I am resurrecting what you buried in disappointment. Soon, doors you gave up on will open just wide enough for you to see what I have concealed for the right moment. Don't force, don't strive. Simply remain within my presence and let expectancy do its work in you. The atmosphere around your life is stirring. Even as you listen, there is spiritual ground shifting beneath your feet. The things you thought were over are not finished. This is the start of new possibilities. If your heart aches with uncertainty, understand that uncertainty is the very soil in which faith grows wildest. You are not asked to predict every outcome, only to respond to my leading with yes. The next step is already unfolding, even if your mind scrambles for control. Give me the space to surprise you. Release your obsession with timelines and definitions. My ways outpace your understanding, because they flow from eternal love, not fleeting circumstance. Set your eyes higher. Trust that I am in the details you cannot control. In the stillness between heartbeats, my plan pulses steadily onward, calling you deeper into adventure with me. Feel your breath slow now. Notice the steadiness settling into your being. The fear that once dictated your decisions is losing its grip. My love is rewriting the script of your life from the inside out. Let yourself receive the gift of being new. Even as doubts try to linger, recognize them as echoes of an old season, not the anthem of your future. Reject old agreements with deficiency. Choose instead to partner with possibility. My mark on you is irreversible. The glory I am crafting within cannot be stolen, not by past mistakes, not by the voices that once diminished your worth. There is more awakening ahead. Beloved, hear the steady rhythm of my speaking each moment, an invitation deeper into the certainty of my care for you. The path ahead may seem wrapped with questions, decisions rising and falling like shifting waves. Yet I am already there, guiding you through the waters before you set your foot upon them. You do not need to brace for disappointment as if it were your only inheritance. You are shaped for more than mere survival. Even now, while uncertainty tries to cloud your vision, my hand remains upon your shoulder, settling your spirit. You may wonder, what if I miss something crucial? What if I falter, or those I care for drift beyond my reach? These fears are familiar, but I am not measuring you by perfection or punishing every misstep. Instead, I draw you back, time and again, to the loving gaze that has never left you. I bring you face to face with my enduring patience, so you may see how compassion can soften what seems unchangeable within and around you. No longing is wasted in my presence. No yearning for healing or reconciliation goes unheard. Open every question like an offering, and see how I gather your uncertainty with gentleness, tending it like a seed I promise will grow. Let the memory of my faithfulness anchor you now, especially when fatigue or discouragement tries to whisper that you are forgotten. Recall the moments, quiet or dramatic, where provision arrived just when hope was fading. Remember the gentle nudge to forgive, the grace you found to speak truthfully, the unexpected peace that wrapped around you in the dark. These are the signs of my presence manifesting in real time, not only for your comfort, but also for the shaping of your endurance. You are not called to carry the entire weight of tomorrow. I am asking only for your trust in this present moment. With me, you are never aimless. When you surrender into my guidance, you make room for fresh strength that does not run dry. This looks less like striving, and more like breathing deeply in the quiet, feeling my assurance soften the anxious pulse in your chest. Let surrender become your resting place, where you set aside your compulsion to fix, to please, or to prove, and rest instead in knowing I delight in your being as much as your doing. There is a peculiar kind of freedom found in letting me lead, not as a distant force, but as the ever-near whisper reminding you that you are enough simply because you belong to me. My presence is your confidence. I see the details that trouble your mind, the relationships stretched by misunderstanding, the burden of decision-making, the hope for provision that sometimes feels out of reach. Do not let these things shrink your expectation of what I am able to restore. At the edge of your doubt, I am building new possibilities, surprising you with open doors where there appeared to be only dead ends. Sometimes the first miracle is the quiet shift inside, a gentleness awakening where frustration once reigned, the courage to reach out one more time, or the humility to begin again. Watch for these signs. They are evidence of my spirit at work in you. As you go about the routines that fill your days, notice how I consecrate even the ordinary moments. A word of kindness spoken in fatigue, a pause for gratitude while pouring your morning coffee, a fresh resolve to pause and breathe rather than hurry and strain. I take pleasure in these hidden choices. They are as sacred as thunderous acts of faith. Nothing offered in sincerity slips past my notice. Every gesture surrendered for love's sake multiplies in ways you may not see. And when resentment or impatience threatens to overtake you, return to me like a child. Bring your rawness, your unfinished process, and let my mercy cover you with unyielding patience. If the nights stretch long and you find yourself wondering when relief will come, let my voice reassure you, you are never forsaken in the waiting. Each delay is carrying a purpose. In the stillness, you receive clarity you never thought possible. I perfect your hope in the shadows, not only in the brilliance of answered prayer. Sometimes the unfolding of my promises is gentle, almost imperceptible, like sunlight finding you through gray clouds, or peace settling over anxiety without announcement. Trust the slow goodness of my timing. All things entrusted to me are being made new in their proper seasons. So much of your longing comes down to this. Will you believe that I am with you right where you are, before you have it all figured out? Can you breathe out your striving, releasing your desperation into care that holds you steady when you cannot hold yourself? I want you to experience the ease of my yoke, the liberty of coming into each day with a posture of receiving. Your hidden struggles are known to me. Your smallest victories are precious. If you invite me into the center of your uncertainty, you will see courage rising from within. This is the life of the beloved, anchored, assured, and continually led by a love that never fails. In this sacred crossing where the ache and anticipation inside you are most tender, I draw nearer than you dared to hope. My voice is not lost in the noise of your world or drowned by the doubts that still echo in your deepest corners. Right now, every beat of your heart is a testimony that you are still becoming the miracle I envisioned long before your first breath. The struggles behind, and the storms you think unending, nothing stands between you and my arms. You are not standing at the edge of an ending, beloved child. You are on the threshold of awakening. My nearness is not a passing comfort, but a relentless reality, shaping your destiny from within each frail moment. Take a breath and feel that weight in your chest begin to lighten. It is my spirit drawing out the heaviness that threatened to define you. Each time you wondered if you were too damaged, too late, or too small, hear me now. I have called you by name, and what I claim I never lose. The same hands that steadied seas are guiding you through every unknown, preparing you for a fullness you have not yet imagined. You have not lost your place in my story. When regret tries to speak louder than hope, let my words steal its power. Your past does not prophesy your future, and shame has no voice in the presence of my love. This journey has not been unobserved. I have counted every tear, marked every sleepless night, and stored every trembling prayer. Even when you felt forsaken, you were never abandoned. My silence was strategy, training you to recognize my whisper in the storm. Do not make an idol of your pain or an altar of your doubts. Offer them up here and now. As gifts I will transform into weapons of peace. Your story is not too common to bear power. Even your private battles have rippled into eternity, setting course corrections in lives you may never meet. Trust that nothing I touch remains the same. Give me your disappointments and let me harness them for breakthrough beyond reason. Listen, this is not where your soul goes numb from disappointment. Open your hands and let go of the need to understand every answer. My promise is not that you will walk unscathed, but that every wound will become a wellspring of wisdom and compassion. As you rise from this place, expect moments in the coming days when peace will blanket you in the midst of interruption. A meeting, a phone call, a simple sunrise. You'll know it's me because hope will stir where there once was only exhaustion. Let that be a sign. I am orchestrating greater restoration than you dared to request. Place a hand over your heart. Let yourself feel the rhythm I designed. Steady, persistent, unhurried. With each breath you take, I am filling you with new life. The limitations that kept you shadowed are crumbling. Doubt may return for a visit, but it will not be allowed to dwell. When old fears clamor for your attention, answer them as one anchored in truth. I am chosen. I am restored. I am not alone. Let this be your daily anthem when the night grows long, for every declaration shapes the tomorrow you have been anointed to inhabit. There will be moments, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps as you sleep, when memories you thought forgotten resurface with unexpected clarity. Do not fear these flashbacks. I am sifting through your history to extract promise from pain. When forgiveness feels impossible, I give you the strength to release, to free yourself and those who have wounded you. You do not heal in your own strength. I am the architect of renewal, rebuilding what once seemed hopeless. When you grow weary in pursuit, remember how many others now walk in light because you refuse to surrender in the shadows. You are a living answer to prayers spoken in secret by generations past. You may find that in ordinary places, a crowded room, a quiet street, the laughter of a friend. You sense the gentle pressure of my hand, the settling calm that reminds you you are never forsaken. Even physical sensations, a warmth in your palms, a lightness pouring through your spine, will affirm that my nearness is more real than the doubts that once defined you. As your heart opens wider, my voice will become unmistakable, not just in whispers, but in the mighty assurances of peace that remain long after the noise subsides. Allow yourself even now a holy pause. Breathe deep, let tears rise if they wish, and trust that every emotion surrendered becomes fertile ground for resurrection. There is a truth your enemy has tried desperately to erase. You are carrying a light that cannot be put out. You are appointed to transform landscape and lives, not by your own perfection, but by the courage to keep saying yes, again and again. Watch how in the days ahead a word spoken by a stranger, an unexpected message, or a look of compassion becomes a divine breadcrumb leading you further into promise. You'll know it's me because your spirit will leap, and peace will feel like coming home. You have been prepared through crushing for oil that will heal broken stories. Your voice, once silenced by shame or fear, is being fine-tuned to release freedom around you. I commission you not as someone who has arrived, but as one who dares to invite others into their own transformation. From this moment forward, walk with the confidence of one marked by fire yet untouched by the flames. Your scars are not signs of failure. They are proof of resurrection, testaments of hope to a world desperate for authenticity and light. The season you have entered requires boldness, but never isolation. Link arms, first with me, then with those I place nearby. Your vulnerability will attract companions hungry for realness, for presence, and for the solace of walking together. You are being sent not merely to succeed, but to serve as a living portrait of redemption. Do not shrink back when resistance comes. It is confirmation that you are advancing territory. Every encounter, every moment of kindness or prayer, is ammunition in a conflict already decided in my favor. Step into rooms you once felt unworthy to enter, and watch as my favor shifts atmospheres, not always with applause, but with a quiet assurance that you are right where you belong. On the days when your strength falters and hope feels fragile, fix your heart on this. I am unchanging in devotion, unmoved by your fluctuations, undeterred by your regrets. I delight in every step toward me, no matter how small, no matter how trembling. The atmosphere around you will respond to the faith you carry often before you realize the shift has happened. The prayers you prayed in secret will begin to bloom in unexpected places, sometimes through others, sometimes through the courage to speak truth amid resistance. You have been assigned to this generation on purpose. You rise and move not for applause, but as a signpost for those lost in the wilderness you once knew. Let love lead you, let peace be your compass, and never doubt that my goodness is relentless even in delay. So, beloved, let this certainty root itself deeper than every scar and louder than every former lie. You are mine. My promise is not fragile, nor is my affection for you conditional on triumph. With every tomorrow, I will prove to you again, I am the faithful one, and I will finish what I have begun. Amen. If this word stirred something deep within you, stay connected to these daily reminders of my faithfulness. Press that button now, not for content, but for communion. I will meet you here tomorrow, speaking life again into the places that need it most.
Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 mm, mm, mm. Hmm. Yeah. Mm. Mhm. Mm. 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 Mhm. Yeah. Mhm.
Somebody. Oh, me buckle. I lost my buckle. No. I know today's going to be a beautiful day. How about you? Happy Saturday, people. Thanks for the thumbs up and the nice comments. Love ya.